Cartel Wives, Chapter 17. I appreciate y'all being here with me. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, make sure you share. Let's get it.
This is going a little too far.
Oh, shit.
Olivia, not only was 2006 the best year business-wise for Junior and Peter, it was also one of my happiest years at home. I was so caught up with Brandon, trying to be a good wife and mother, that I stopped being a busybody and stayed out of Junior and Peter's business. I was obsessively in love with my family, encased in this bubble, in complete denial of what was really happening around me. But I didn't care. I felt safe and secure, and most of all, happy. I even let go of my music career. For 2 years, I'd been flying from Mexico to Miami to New York, then back to LA to record, and it became too overwhelming. Junior and I had devoted so much time bringing famous producers, songwriters, and engineers down from the States to Mexico City, and we'd spend weeks at a time in our recording studio working with them. We had strong ties and close relationships to music executives and top artists, and if there was a connection, it was ours. I was even presented with the opportunity to sign Drake before he signed to Cash Money Records.
God damn. That's, missed the boat. But again, who knows how that would have gone if they did sign him, whatever, things happen. Sometimes it has to be the perfect storm. It has to be the perfect explosion of kinetic energy for things to happen, for an artist to blow the way Drake did. Was his talent good enough for him to do that with whoever was marketing him? You know what I'm saying? Or was it meant that Lil Wayne had to show him to the world? You know what I mean? Who knows? But that right there, it's a lot of money y'all left on the table right there. In the least, getting him on paper somewhere, y'all might have still had a piece right now.
Music was too consuming, and the business was too demanding. My family needed me. I let my career slide, and Junior supported my decision. He just wanted me to be happy. With more time on our hands, Cancun became our favorite spot. We'd take the whole family down on long vacations with us, sometimes months at a time. And once we realized we were there constantly, we decided to buy a condo. All of Junior and Peter's wholesalers and employees came to visit, and when we weren't there, they used it as a vacation house. Sometimes me and Peter would watch Brandon while Junior and I would go to dinner. The next night, they'd head out to the same restaurant, and the waiters would give the guys dirty looks because they thought they were living double lives. During the day, we did family things like going out to the pyramids, or we'd take Brandon in the pool. He'd swim around with his floaties, then beg Junior to throw him up in the air and catch him as he came up from the water like a little fish. When he'd get tired, the three of us would lie in the cabana as he fell asleep on his daddy's chest. As we watched the sunset, Junior and I would hold hands. It was heaven, and I know I was just fooling myself. But at the time, I thought, why try to fix something that isn't broken?
See, sometimes you just gotta ride out them good times as long as possible and just don't say nothing, cause you never know when shit's about to change.
Mia, it really was heaven. Peter and I moved into a 5,000 square foot penthouse that had been owned by the famous singer Alejandro Fernandez, the son of legendary singer Vicente Fernandez. It had white Italian marble everywhere, 20-foot ceilings and windows wrapped around from one end to another. The master walk-in closet was the size of a studio apartment, and the elevator opened up right at the front entrance. The only thing I had to worry about was how I looked and whether Peter was stressed about his day. I never had to cook or clean, and I always tried, but Peter wouldn't let me. "Mia, what are you doing?" He'd yell at me. "You better not be cooking." Then he'd come up behind me and kiss me. We never wanted to leave that house, and there we shared our deepest feelings and secrets with each other. There was hardly a minute when we weren't laughing about something. We'd sit on our balcony, listening to music, looking over the city every single night. We decided we were tequila connoisseurs, and we tried every top-shelf tequila known to man. Plus, their business was still growing by leaps and bounds. Chapo would check on Peter and Junior more often, and he always made a point to ensure that our family was safe. Life was just getting easier, and money was rolling in. Peter and Junior had branched out to Atlanta and New York and into Canada, and because of that, my husband's brain was just lighting up with ideas. Every day it was something new, made possible with the help of all the new people he and Junior had met.
Olivia,
Them boys had North America on lock. They even had the Canadians. Damn.
after their dad's kidnapping, Junior's friend Sobrino, who he'd met at Tony Roma's, set up a meeting with his uncle, La Puerca, or El Animal. His real name was Manuel Fernandez Valencia, and he was both Chapo's close associate and Mocomo's compadre in the BLO. Puerca lived in Mérida in the Yucatan in a beautiful 20,000 square foot hacienda with horse stables on his grounds. As Peter and Junior sat in one of his grand rooms, their voices echoing as they discussed business, Puerca told them he had his own tunnels from Mexicali to Calexico and his own routes to the border. They partnered with him, which allowed them to grab less work in the States and more in Mexico. Apparently, with greater risks came huge profits.
Mia. Through Chapo, they'd connected with one of his lifelong friends, Alfredo Vasquez Hernandez, and his wife, Maria. Chapo and Alfredo were so close that Chapo had named his son Alfredillo after him.
Listen, there's too many three-named individuals in these stories to keep up with it. Especially if in the book they're going to be changing the three names and interchanging them from what we heard in the podcast. You wildin' with the three names.
Alfredo was Chapo's logistics operator, making sure the cartel's drugs were loaded onto their trains, semis, or 747s. In Mexico, there was no credit, so Peter and Junior had to pay for their loads up front. Maria owned a currency exchange, and she started changing our money from pesos to dollars or vice versa, getting it from point A to point B. She would charge 5% from Chicago to Mexico and 3% from LA. This sounds like a lot. When they moved $20 million, she could net up to $1 million. But it was additional security, because the money was guaranteed. Suddenly, they'd solved one of the difficult parts of getting money across the border. The cash was coming in faster than Peter and Junior could move it, so they invested in a private plane with Maria, paying $1 million each for it. Maria would go shopping and use her bags to take attention away from the suitcases of $5 or $10 million she'd picked up from Junior and Peter's workers at a small airport by the naval base in Kenosha, Wisconsin, or in Torrance, California, or in Long Beach, California. After she handed over the cash to them, Peter and Junior would reinvest it that day.
Olivia, their infrastructure in LA was one of their biggest challenges. They had to build a machine from the ground up in a city that wasn't familiar to them, and it took research, time, and learning from other people's mistakes to bring together a great team.
They were definitely watchers. You know what I'm saying? Watching what the fuck is going on. How can this help us in what we're doing? How can that help us in what we're doing? How can we make this work? Functionality, super important. These fools was getting their money flipped from pesos to dollars, vice versa. Chicks with planes, like, you got to be observant. Again, like that conversation, I don't know if it was J or P, what they had with the dude. They just meet dude, they start talking small talk. Oh, yeah, the Cubs hat on. Boom, next thing you know, that's somebody they needed for something that they needed bad. I think it was a way to get Jay in front of the man to help Peter out. You know what I'm saying? Like, just from a chance encounter with somebody, those relationships are crazy. But then again, you meet somebody like that too. Next thing you don't know is that there's Saul Rodriguez, and now they got the tamale lady kidnapped and the eloteros kidnapped, and you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. So you never know who you're meeting, man. You gotta learn how to read people. Pay attention.
But it paid off. At their peak, the route through LA was so successful that they had 2 to 4 drivers on the road constantly. Junior and Peter always had a plan B. They invested about $600,000 in a furniture company that used trains to ship goods. They'd hide drugs in the walls of the rail cars. It was slow, but it was guaranteed with hardly any risk. The furniture company was their only legitimate business, But they also spent money on dozens and dozens of semis with hydraulic stashes that concealed their drug shipments. These semis and trains would bring the drugs into a city, but to get the drugs from place to place within that town, they commissioned custom-fitted cars. These vehicles were crazy. To get to the hidden drugs, you'd have to get in the car, fasten your seatbelt, put the car into drive, then press a certain button like the defrost or back window to trigger it.
Claro.
You'd hear this whoosh sound, and the whole back or floor would open using hydraulics. In these secret compartments, you could fit about 100 kilos, or maybe $1 to $2 million. Bigger vehicles like pickup trucks could hold 150 kilos. The people who drove these cars wore ties and dress shirts, like white-collar workers, not drug runners. They didn't want to attract the cops' attention, so they were clean-cut, and they didn't run red lights or speed. This was ground-level drug transport, but Peter and Junior had elevated it to an art form, with a fleet equipped with the latest technology.
Mia. With more direct control of transport, things became increasingly intense. Peter became such a micromanager, making up all kinds of rules for his workers. Don't even say where the stash house is over the phone. Or, walk through the house exactly the same way every day. Don't leave any mail in the mailbox. He'd make his people confirm accounts every time they went into the house, and if they took any kilos away from the stash, he would have them put them to the side, then recount the kilos that were there. He even made them wear gloves so they would never leave fingerprints on the kilos. He knew that cleaning up the mess from a problem was harder than just getting it right the first time.
Olivia. Their employee relationships got more sophisticated, too. They had this idea to build a team, so they'd have not only the best prices but also consistency. There are a lot of traffickers who don't have a steady drug flow, which means no cash flow, so no day-to-day workers. You need stable, happy employees who are on your team, pushing the drugs out and bringing the money in. This was a dangerous business, so the more comfortable you were with the people you worked with, the better. Junior and Peter spent a lot of time building trust and good relationships. They wanted serious commitments, not a bunch of one-night stands with suppliers or customers. That can cause a lot of trouble. You could end up with the wrong person and get burned.
Mia, with so much more to manage and so many more people, Peter and Junior went from having 20 lines each to 30 or 40 each. It was insane. They never put two people on one phone. Their cash counter at one stash in Chicago got one, the guy who delivers money got another, and the head of their furniture company had another. We would put little stickers on each phone.
Bro, it's enough to where when the do you get to sleep? When do you get to eat? It seems just like an exhaustive process. It doesn't stop. When you want to go sit on a beach somewhere, the game don't stop. A custody's on a 24-hour clock. Shit just don't end. It just don't stop like that.
On with someone's initials. These phones would last a few weeks, then they'd destroy them and get another burner phone with a new number. We even had one phone designated for pizza orders because in this business, you never had a home phone.
Olivia. Before Chapo met Junior and Peter, he'd never answer his phone. He had people do it for him. But seeing Junior and Peter with all those burner phones must have inspired him because he started doing it himself. He labeled them just like my husband and his brother did too. Those phones were the first thing Sean Penn wrote about in his Rolling Stone story about his meeting with Chapo. And when I read it, I just laughed and thought to myself, I bet Sean Penn thinks Chapo's so original. Little does he know.
That's my game.
Mia. Our husbands were so busy, but it didn't take them away from us emotionally. If anything, they wanted us closer to them. Having a wife and family took a lot of the pressure off, or at least some of it. Peter wanted his life to be as routine as possible outside of work, which is why he went everywhere with me. I remember once I was about to leave to get a manicure. "Where are you going?" he said. "To get my nails done." "I'm going with you." And he followed me right out the door. I sat under the UV light waiting for my polish to dry, and there he was with his bag of phones, just hanging out with me. It's not that he didn't trust me, and he wasn't worried I'd be hurt. After his kidnapping, we had security to make sure nothing ever happened to one of us. He just wanted to be with me, like a regular husband who was so bored he'd decided to join his wife at the nail parlor. I suppose it made him forget all his problems. I imagine it gave him a sense of peace.
Olivia, the Mexican government had started to squeeze the cartels in 2006 and 2007, and everyone from Chapo down was feeling it. They were reacting to it with full-on terror. On December 1st, 2006, Felipe Calderón was elected president of Mexico, and 10 days later, he sent 6,500 army troops to the state of Michoacán, just southeast of Guadalajara, to fight the cartels. They fought back, and over the next 6 years, almost 85,000 people would die because of cartel violence.
Crazy.
Mia, terrible things were happening near the border. In 2007, Chapo and Mayo went to war with the Juarez cartel in an attempt to take over the highly active, lucrative drug smuggling route from Ciudad Juarez to El Paso, a city of over 1.5 million that's just over the Rio Grande. Ciudad Juarez had always been different than its smaller sister city, but when the turf war began, the gap between the two grew even bigger. In 2007, Ciudad Juarez recorded 300 homicides. By 2008, that number hit 1,500. In 2010, there were over 3,000. Over all that time, El Paso's murder rate hovered around 3 to 5 per year. It was the safest city to live in the U.S.
Olivia, all during 2007, Junior and I took business trips to Ciudad Juarez, and we witnessed the mayhem. I remember seeing the streets filled with federal police. It was obvious that the Mexican government had sent up the army to fight the cartels. I would sit there and worry my head off, thinking, I've never felt more unsafe in my life. Then I'd cross the border and go shopping in El Paso just to get away, and it was like night and day. The violence had gotten worse in Culiacán, too. When Junior and I would go there a few times a month, the newspapers would be full of pictures of dismembered people, their body parts scattered everywhere, or photos that showed dozens of bodies hanging from bridges, with banners on them sending messages to their enemies.
So she was comfortably bouncing back and forth. She wasn't no fugitive. Surprised they didn't pick up on that. 1 minute you watching the army sitting there waiting to deal with any cartel beef. You just cross the border, go shopping, no big deal.
Newspapers in Mexico are not like in the United States, where they blur out blood or gunshot wounds. There, they show everything. Those images were one of the things that pulled me out of the bubble I'd created after I had Brandon. When I saw them, I realized that could be Junior. I started thinking about these people's poor wives and kids who would have to grow up without a father. I'd been the wife whose husband got murdered, so I knew what it felt like firsthand. It was eating away at Junior, too. And with so many people dying because of the cartel wars, it would soon be too much.
Mia, then all this talk about submarines started.
Olivia, Chapo's transportation system had always been out of hand. To get drugs from Colombia to Mexico, he'd taken control of thousands of container ships and had a fleet of 747s. He had more planes than Aeromexico Airlines. In each plane, he took out the seats, then filled them with clothes or supplies, supposedly for humanitarian missions. He'd unload those goods in Colombia, then reload them with 12,000 kilos of coke. That's 14 tons. All that coke would make its way back to Mexico, where corrupt federal officials would help unload it. Then it would find its way via train, tractor-trailer, bus, or secret tunnel to the vehicles with secret compartments like my husband had built. These systems weren't foolproof, though, and Chapo was always looking to improve his transport, so he decided to invest in submarines. He bought one sub from the Russians, then started manufacturing others in Colombia for $1 million each. The plan was to have 10 submarines in the water at a time, holding 8 to 10 tons of cocaine each. That would be over $1 billion in the water, and Junior and Peter were invited to be in on the load. The subs were managed by different men Chapo and Mayo trusted. Alfredo Vasquez Hernandez was in charge of one of the subs, and he stopped by our house one day to talk to Junior and Peter. "How much do you want to put in?" he asked. "Let's do 1,200, Junior said. The way it worked out, though, is that when Alfredo put the load together, Chapo and Mayo would end up getting 20% or 2 tons for free. You know how much 2 tons is? It's like $20 million for free every time each submarine goes. It sure paid to be the boss. Junior and Peter were responsible for turning in their 1,200 kilos to the Colombians to load onto the sub. To do this, they started working with a close friend named Andy, who was their contact out of Colombia and a part of our extended family. He would purchase, mark, and deposit the work with the people in charge of loading the subs. If the bosses were ever short on kilos, he'd go to Colombia or Panama and put in the difference. Once the subs got to Mexico and were unloaded, guess what the cartels did with them? They'd sink them because they didn't want to risk sending them all the way back. Holy shit, I remember thinking. This is going a little too far. Sure, I knew about the 747s and the tunnels across the border, but submarines were on a whole different level. Only the Navy had submarines. Regular people didn't.
No more.
But at that point, we were far from being regular people. Yet we didn't try to change that till we almost lost our lives.
That was chapter 17. Basically, more logistics. Them telling us the state of what the army and the new leadership in Mexico being brought in, what that looked like, how it made them nervous. We got more logistics, more ways that they move things around, and we got into submarines. Submarines, dog. What you gonna do with a submarine? And not only that, you toss in a submarine. It's a disposable submarine at the end of it. We're gonna make this move, boom. You get your free $20 million worth of work. Here's a submarine, sink the submarine. Done deal. On everything rolling, floating, over water, underwater, in the air, on the ground, in the tunnel. There's just 4 dimensions. 5 dimensions of work and money. Passing across. Chapter 18, Cartel Wives, let's get it.
The strip club incident. Mia. I hadn't felt comfortable in Puerto Vallarta since our wedding. I lived for the beach, but that immigration officer who tried to extort us lived there, and being anywhere close to him was terrifying. Plus, the last time we'd been out in Puerto Vallarta, a few weeks before we got married, we'd run into a Chicago police officer at a club downtown. He'd looked Peter and Junior right in the eyes and said, "I know who you are." Then he pulled out his cell phone and snapped a photo of them. At the end of January 2008, Peter and Junior had business associates in from China, and they wanted...
See, that's what's crazy. A lot of people like to tell me, why didn't they just run? I mean, it's easy to say when you're not at an airport, customs is paying extra attention, or you running around, you run into a Chicago cop in a bathroom of some resort somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, blow your cover real quick.
Wanted to go to the beach. If you were looking to impress someone and take them out, Punta Mita, which was right outside of Puerto Vallarta and where Olivia had gotten married, was the place to go. So Peter and Junior planned a short trip. "I don't want to go," I said to Peter. "That immigration officer might find out we're there."
So remember, Punta Mita was where they got married and they got extorted. They paid these guys off. And then eventually they had a meeting with some Chinese, I believe they were Chinese customers, and they took them to the same place that they got extorted. And I remember being frustrated and thinking that was a bad idea. And from what I recall, it was a bad idea.
"There's no way. We're going to be so far away from their office downtown, we won't even be on their radar." I relented. And the next morning, we packed up our things.
Olivia, the 2 guys who'd flown in from China, owned an import-export business, and they were there to talk about these things called buckets. Junior and Peter had gotten into the meth business recently, and the buckets were the key to the whole operation. They were 5-gallon tubs, sort of like paint barrels you might pick up at Home Depot, and they were full of pseudoephedrine powder, which everyone just calls pseudo, and which is one of the main ingredients in meth. They had a contact in Canada who was getting them from New Delhi, India, but the Chinese guys promised to sell them cheaper. Each bucket cost $150,000, and there were 40 buckets in a ton. If Junior and Peter bought 4 tons, that would cost $24 million. The pseudo was worth way more in California than Mexico, and they could sell it to a manufacturer over the border for $80 million, a profit of $56 million. It was hard to buy pseudo in bulk in the United States since the government had cracked down with all kinds of new laws, so Junior and Peter were in a great position to make a lot of money.
They were trying to corner the meth market on some Jesse, some Heisenberg shit. And they needed that pseudo or else they were going to have to do the blue meth. Felix Reyes said it's like they were smart with certain things and reckless with others. Indeed, very smart with certain things. In that whole sentence, he mentioned Turkey, India, China. Like, this was a worldwide conglomerate, man. This was a big deal. This wasn't just the U.S. This wasn't just Mexico. These dudes were able to, they were business minds when it came to this. They were a corporate conglomerate as far as it came to this. And were able to have those conversations across the planet like that. But they took the chinitos to Punta Mita y se jodió la cosa. Vamos a ver. Let's see.
The day before the men from China were set to show up, Junior explained to me how he'd transport the buckets once they made the deal. When the guys from China ship the buckets over, he explained, I'll pay off the piso to clear customs agents at the port in Manzanillo, and then I'll have the fleteros send them up to Mexicali. Then Puerca helps get them over. Junior and Pete had just moved their infrastructure to Mexicali, so they were seeing Puerca, who controlled the tunnels from Mexicali to Calexico a lot more regularly. Puerca was handsome and very charismatic, older than all of us, but I always thought he was fun to have around. He'd become one of Peter's best friends, in fact. Junior added, These Chinese guys approached me years ago about buying buckets, but I didn't think much of it till Chapo and Mayo were talking to me about wanting pseudo because they have a chemist in California. I looked at them and said, I know who to talk to. Then I thought to myself, you have no idea how long these guys have been bothering me about these buckets.
Yo, it's like that right there made them more of a golden goose to Chapo Mayo. These little 20-somethings. Oh, wait, you need what? Dude been trying to put that in our hands and we ain't took it. That leave the old man looking at him like, yo, what don't you got your hands in? They were able to maneuver and manipulate through all of that.
Mia. A few hours later, buckets were the last thing anyone was talking about when we sat down to dinner with the Chinese businessmen and their associate. We'd like to see some girls, they said. Then we know exactly where to go, answered Peter. When associates came into town, they always wanted to go to strip clubs. It was just what you did. And because Olivia and I went everywhere with Junior and Peter, they asked us to join them. I was reluctant, though. Can't we just have some girls over to our house? I'm worried about being out. Peter looked at me and burst into laughter. Brandon will be home. These are strippers, not babysitters. He had a point. Brandon had just turned 2, and he'd be staying home with Adrian and Daniela. I finally agreed, and it was just after dark when we piled into a few SUVs and drove about 20 minutes away.
Olivia, it was a Saturday night and the club was packed. The music was pumping, we were popping bottles, having a good time. We were seated in the VIP section, in a roped-off area the owner had specially reserved for us. He'd called a bunch of girls over, and they'd started dancing for the Chinese guys, who looked like they were having the time of their lives. In Mexico, women do not go to strip clubs, so I could see some guys nearby staring at us. I shrugged it off. It happened a lot, and wasn't a big deal. As I scanned the room about 5 minutes later, though, I noticed one guy who looked strange. The expression on his face just didn't seem normal. It was like he knew us, or like he wanted something from us. I turned to my husband. That guy is staring at us, Junior. Something's wrong. No, babe, it's fine. He's just not used to somebody's wife being in a strip club. He probably thinks you should be home cooking and cleaning. He laughed a little bit, and I did too, nervously. A few minutes passed, and he kept looking. I pulled on Junior's arm. This isn't good. I don't like that guy. Junior grabbed my hand. It's okay. We're fine. But it wasn't. I just felt it. I went back to drinking my champagne, watching a parade of girls make their way over to our table. This wasn't a high-class VIP strip club like some we'd gone to in Guadalajara, but the customers were well-dressed. They were spending good money, but the guy who'd been looking at me and Mia was different. He had something on his mind, and it wasn't a lap dance. Another minute passed, and the man stood up, walked past us, his eyes glued to the side of my head, and moved out the door. As I turned to tell Mia, I saw the front doors swing open. A group of men dressed in black poured in, their faces covered with ski masks and AK-47s drawn. They began shouting in Spanish, "Get down! Get down!" The music cut off. It sounded like something from the movies. When a DJ's record stops spinning, the needle scratches the vinyl and the speaker blasts. I saw half-naked girls running back and forth on the stage, screaming at the top of their lungs. Then, I watched a crowd of masked men sprinting toward us. Mia had been right next to me, but there was no sign of her. Junior and Peter were still across from me, and in what seemed like less than a second, the men shoved the points of their AK-47s into the backs of our heads, forcing us to the floor. I'm going to die right here in this fucking strip club, I thought. God help us. Just then, one of the men who'd been hightailing across the floor picked me up like a rag doll. I started fighting, kicking, and punching like a wild woman, and he dragged me toward the door with my shoe scraping across the floor as I flopped around. When he got me outside, I saw about 5 Suburbans lined up, their windows blacked out. In front of each car was a line of men, all armed with semi-automatic weapons.
Of course.
The man who'd pulled me out of the club pushed me forward, then picked me up and threw me into the passenger seat of one of the Suburbans. Peter and Junior were in the back seat with 2 armed men sitting behind them with guns to their heads, and someone outside slammed the door shut.
Mia, when the music stopped, I was already on the floor next to Olivia. Men and naked girls were running toward the door, screaming. It was a madhouse. As people were scrambling past me in every direction, the girls who'd been dancing for the Chinese guys grabbed me by the arm and dragged me. I glanced back, terrified, and saw Peter. He was looking right at me, his eyes big as saucers. Then someone ran up to him and put a gun to his head. The girls hid me in a room in the back. It had been their dressing room, but right then it looked like a refugee camp. I was on the floor, hysterical, and I could hear men screaming, get down on the floor!"
That was a perfect opportunity for the twins to listen to their wives because both of them were not feeling it. Vivi was not feeling being there at all, and Val was on some buddy is eyeballing us. What's going on? What's good? It's too late after that.
Then a stripper put her arms around me and said, "Stop crying. Be quiet. If they hear you, they'll come for you." We sat in that room for 5 minutes. I think I was the only one with the top on. There was makeup scattered on the floor, bras and panties in piles in the corner.
Makeup, eyelashes, hair, weaves, wigs, all kind of shit going on in there.
And sniffling half-naked women everywhere. But we were all as quiet as we could be, with just a few whimpers every now and then. Right then, I heard footsteps coming toward the back, and a voice called, "Where is she? Where is she?" My God, I thought, they're coming for me.
Yep.
A man broke through the door, pointed right at me, then picked me up from my stomach. My legs dangled off the floor, and I kicked and screamed with all my might, trying to get away from him while he yelled, "Shut the fuck up! I'll kill everyone in here if you're not quiet!" Then he dragged me toward the door, marched through the club, opened the exit to the outside, and threw me into the front seat of a waiting SUV. In the back were the 2 Chinese guys and one of their associates. I saw my chance. The window was cracked and the car was running. I'm small, and I knew if I could get that window down just enough, I could escape out of it. I pushed the button, bounded up, and threw my body toward the window. But the man grabbed my neck and pulled me to his lap. "Stop fucking moving!" he said.
This voice actress, grade A. She's doing her thing. She's acting. She's going crazy. I'm with it.
Someone in the back added, "Stop fucking moving or he's gonna hurt you."
Olivia, Junior, Peter, and I could see Mia being dragged into the truck's front seat. I watched her squirm around, then face the window. I saw a hand reach up to her neck, and then I saw her pull back and freeze up. That's when Peter spoke up. If I had a gun, I'd shoot her myself. In Mexico, you never want a woman with you when shit's going down. The things kidnappers do to women are inhumane. They torture, rape, and sodomize them. Knowing this, I realized he doesn't want to see her suffer. Then it hit me. What the fuck was going to happen to us? I had to do something. I left my purse in the club, but I still had my phone with me in my back pocket. It was a Nextel flip phone with a walkie-talkie, and I slowly reached toward it, pressed the button that started up the two-way feature, and prayed that it would connect me to someone. I moved it below me so no one could see it, and then I began yelling at the kidnapper next to me who was wearing a mask. What do you want? How much do you fucking want? You want $10 million?
We got it.
I don't want your fucking money, the driver said. He was speaking English. I kept going. Junior, tell them you got money. Tell them who you are. I said I don't want your fucking money. The kidnapper banged on the dashboard. They fucked me. They should have paid me when they had the fucking chance. He was wearing a mask.
So they got extorted at the wedding, right? The day Peter was going to marry Vivi. And they said that they'd pay him. If they paid him and these dudes still came back, that's one thing. But the fact that you didn't pay them and you went back to Punta Mita with the bucket connect, y'all wildin'.
Motioning toward Junior and Peter at this point. The U.S. is coming for you, and you're spending the rest of your lives in prison.
Uh-oh.
I had my finger still pressed to the side of my phone. If I took it off, I knew it would beep. So I held my finger there like my life depended on it. I was thinking the whole time, please, please someone be listening to this. I had my hands hidden behind my back, clutching my phone, but my eyes were glued on the guy with the mask. I watched him move his hands toward his face, then pull off the mask. He faced us. Holy shit, I thought. It's that customs agent from Mia's wedding, the one who extorted us. Sure. Chapo and Mayo told Junior and Peter not to pay him, so he's back for revenge.
Aha, so that's something we did not hear in Surviving El Chapo. We did not hear in Surviving El Chapo that he told them not to pay them. We did hear them say in Cartel Wives when they kidnapped the twins' father, we did hear Chapo and Mayo say, yeah, don't pay them. But we never heard them say don't pay, not that I recall, not in Surviving El Chapo and not on Cartel Wives up to this point. Now we have a reasonable, logical explanation that the jefes told them don't pay these guys. Don't pay the wolves. They're going to keep coming back for more. There's only one reason they don't want them to pay them. Number one, they don't give a shit. Number two is they want to make sure they're getting their money and everybody else ain't getting it. But that's the logical explanation there. That Chapo Mayo told them do not pay these guys. And they showed up back in Punta Mita without paying these guys.
Mia, I don't know how long we drove. Maybe 20 minutes? All I remember is thinking, I'm gonna die, as the car I was in pulled up to this little building on the outskirts of town. The kidnappers took me, the two Chinese guys, and their associate out of the car. They pushed us inside, slamming a steel door behind us. I noticed a poster on the wall with the AFI, Agencia Federal de Investigación, which is the equivalent of the FBI in Mexico, emblem on it. There were two ratty sofas shoved up against the wall, with Peter, Olivia, and Junior smooshed up all together on one. They were handcuffed. This building didn't seem like a place where government officials worked. It looked like a spot where you tortured someone.
Yeah, that's where government officials work, in spots where you torture someone.
Someone threw me onto the sofa with Peter, Junior, and Olivia, and the three other men piled onto the other. A man with an AFI uniform on slapped handcuffs on me and Liv, then moved away and began talking to someone else who was wearing a different type of uniform. Holy shit, I realized. It's that customs agent from my wedding. The one who extorted us. Peter turned to me and started whispering. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You don't deserve this, Mia." I told him to stop apologizing, but I couldn't shut my brain off. I never got a chance to be a mother. I never got to say goodbye to my parents. I started crying so hard I could hardly breathe, but I still choked out, "Peter, be honest with me. Are we going to die?" My husband turned and looked me straight in the eyes.
I don't know.
"No, we are not going to die." Even with handcuffs on, in a room full of armed men who looked like they wanted to kill us,
Confident.
I believed him.
Good, because he probably calmed your ass down at that moment. We're going to wiggle our way out of here somehow.
Olivia, I'd spent the entire car ride trying to negotiate to get us out of there. But when we'd been dragged inside and pushed onto those nasty couches, I decided to shut my mouth. These men were not playing, and I was out of my league. Mia and I were the only women in that room, and that was a position that no woman should ever be in. Finally, Junior started talking to the customs officer. "I'll give you $1 million for each girl. They have nothing to do with this." "I told you, I don't want your fucking money. I just want you." I looked over at Junior. Tears were coming down his face, and right then, I knew we weren't getting out of this one. Junior had always been my rock. He'd always kept me strong and made me feel protected. But he looked broken, and I felt helpless. "I'm sorry, Liv. You're going to have to raise Brandon alone," he said. "Stop, Junior, don't say that." He looked down to the floor. "My poor baby, my poor girls. Please take care of them."
Peter needed to calm Jay's ass down at that moment. The same way he calmed Vivi down. Give him some, "Hey, we're going to get out of here. Relax."
"Junior, you're scaring me. I'm sorry for not listening to you about changing my life. All those years, I'm sorry for not giving you a normal life. I'm sorry I couldn't give you another baby. Junior, you're getting out of this. I love you. Be strong. You're getting out of this. You and Mia. But I don't know how the rest is going to play out." Right then, I knew he was right. Despite all our near misses and all our last chance saves, the danger we'd always faced was bound to catch up with us sooner or later. The moment of reckoning had come, and I thought to myself, our beautiful family is about to fall apart, and there's nothing I can do. Then suddenly, everything stopped.
Mia, the immigration officer's phone had started ringing. He looked down at the caller ID screen and answered it. After some back and forth, lots of "Si, senor, si, si," with him pacing around nervously, looking like he'd seen a ghost.
It was at that moment he realized he fucked up.
He put the phone down and turned into an animal. "Who the fuck did you call? Who the fuck did you contact?" He was screaming and veins were popping out of his neck. He started waving his gun around near Peter and Junior. Some spit shot out of his mouth and his hands were shaking. I'd seen really irrational people act like this before, and it's never good. This guy is scared out of his mind, I thought, and that's worse than if he was just angry. The way he's acting, he's gonna shoot one of us in the head.
Olivia, Peter and Junior hadn't called anyone, but I had, back in the SUV. I must have reached Adrian, and he heard me trying to negotiate a ransom. I'm sure he hung up and dialed up someone important, and whoever that was had just called the officer's phone. Then I suddenly realized I still had my Nextel phone in my back pocket, and I squirmed a little further back on the couch, manipulating it and wedging it in the crack of my ass. I knew if the agent saw it, it would pop me right between the eyes.
Boy, I'm telling you, she a gangster, dog. You know what I'm saying? She a gangster. She boofing phones and shit in the middle of a hostage takeover.
Mia, Olivia, and I had been handcuffed together the whole time. We were terrified, holding each other's hands. It felt like hours, but during that whole awful time, our relationship shifted. It was our turning point. We had always been sisters-in-law and family no matter what, but right then, we became sisters. I squeezed Olivia's hand harder as the immigration officer paced furiously and waved his gun around. Then the AFI official in charge called Junior over to the phone. "It's El Jefe, Arturo Beltran," he said. "He wants to talk with you." Someone removed Junior's handcuffs. Junior took the phone into another room, talked for about 10 minutes, and returned, all business. "Take the shackles off the girls right now," Junior said. "They're free to go."
Olivia. I had been red-faced and crying the whole time Junior was in the other room. Peter was apologizing to Mia, begging her to be brave. But the second Junior walked back into the room, and we heard that we were free to go, Peter snapped out of husband mode and into business mode. He looked at me. "Pay attention to every word I'm about to say, okay?" "Of course," I said. "What is it?" "When you get out of here, go to LA, but don't let anyone find out. If they know we're locked up, they're not going to pay us. There's $40 million out there owed to us. Here are the wholesalers who are set to pay." He started going through a list of names, asking me to repeat each one. "Slow down," I said. "I got this, but slow down. Make sure you get that money. Your life depends on it."
Bruh, that's a situation and a half right there, boy. Listen, take this mental note right there. It's 40 million on the line, and at the end of that 40 million is our lives and everybody we love's lives. So make sure that you handle this. Whew.
I knew he was right. If we didn't take care of this, it didn't matter where Junior and Peter were. The cartels were going to want their fucking money. And if we didn't get it to them, they'd decapitate our whole family for it.
Shit.
Then the officers took off our handcuffs and led us to the door. I turned around and looked at Junior. "Go, just be careful," he said. "I'll see you soon." I started crying hysterically again. "No, you're lying to me. I'm never going to see you again. You cut a deal. You're just trying to save us. I'm not leaving you." Peter peeled me away from his brother, stared at me, serious, and said, "Go now before they change their minds." Mia and I looked back in disbelief, like it was our last goodbye.
That was a bunch of team shit right there. That's a family situation right there. When your brother-in-law grabs you and says, "Listen, man, handle your business. Go on. We gotta do this."
And shuffled out the door, followed by the 2 Chinese guys and their associate. One of the officers handed me a set of keys, pushed us into the SUV that we'd driven to the club, and walked away. Then I started up the truck and began driving the 5 of us away from the scene of our own kidnapping.
The Chinos got caught up in some shit that they didn't have nothing to do with, had no parts in.
Mia, the Chinese guys were so relieved. The whole time they'd been inside, they thought Junior and Peter had them set up. Unfortunately, their problems weren't over because we had no clue how to get home. In 2008, nobody had GPS in Mexico. So Olivia had no idea where she was going. We were out of our minds, hysterical, and I wasn't sure Olivia could see well enough to drive. She was swerving, saying things like, "I have to get back to Brandon. Brandon needs me." I was so out of sorts that I didn't know what to do or where to go, and I started yelling, "I don't want to leave them. Go back." "Hell no," she responded, finally in control of herself. "We're going home."
_ just subscribed on
Soon,
YouTube.
though, we began seeing signs that we were leaving Puerto Vallarta, a place I'd been so terrified to go the day before. Yet here I was now, and what had happened was just as bad as I feared. "Get out a pen and paper," Olivia said. "I need you to write down these names." As she reeled off the list of wholesalers, I took notes. There were so many names I couldn't figure out how she remembered, but she had. Minutes later, we drove into our beach house driveway in Los Ranchos. As soon as we got through security, the 3 guys jumped out of the car like their pants were on fire and ran into the house, and we followed behind them. We quickly realized we had a problem, though. The house was way too quiet. Adrian and Daniela were nowhere to be found.
Oh,
and wherever they'd gone, they'd taken Brandon with them.
Olivia, the beach house was huge, with rooms on the left side and an equal number of rooms on the right. The back was all windows and doors that opened out to the sea, and there was an upstairs too. I ran through each of those rooms screaming my head off, "Brandon, Adrian, where's my baby?" But there was no one there. Adrian hadn't been answering his phone as I'd been driving back home, and I was terrified. I walked into Brandon's room, and his little bed was unmade. His stuffed animals were scattered around, and the blanket he always carried around was sitting on the bed, all balled up. In the corner of the room, there was his car seat. Shit, I thought. Not only did someone take him, but they took him without his car seat. Then, way down the hall, I heard one of our maids, who lived way back in another part of the house. She was just waking up as she stumbled toward me. "They're gone," she said, and my heart stopped. "They left in the middle of the night."
Where'd they go?
Mia, I'd been pacing around the kitchen, looking for Peter and Junior's papers and phones when Olivia ran into the kitchen. She was totally out of breath when she said Adrian and Daniela left with Brandon. "That's great. They're safe. Where did they go?" "I don't know, but they forgot to take his fucking car seat. He's not safe without his car seat." Of all of the things to focus on right then, that car seat had apparently become the most important thing in the world to her. I tried to get her attention off of it. "What do we do? Do we go back to Guadalajara?" I was pretty much screaming at her because somebody had to make a decision, and it wasn't going to be me. I hadn't slept, I'd just been kidnapped, my husband was probably on a flight back to the United States, and I'd cried so much I could hardly see. But Olivia didn't answer. "Let's wait," I finally said. Olivia calmed down just enough to respond. "You're crazy. We have to get the fuck out of here." But I'd made up my mind. "No," I said. "I'm waiting for Peter."
Olivia, there was no way I was staying in that house. No fucking way. We had to make sure the deposits in LA were safe. We had to get the hell out of Puerto Vallarta. And most of all, I had to find my son. It took some time to convince her, but Mia finally agreed we should leave. We ran upstairs and started packing. We hadn't planned to stay in Puerto Vallarta long, so we didn't have much. I threw everything into one bag and could hear Mia doing the same. She'd started crying again, and every few seconds there would be a little whimper or sniff. After about 10 minutes, they were getting less and less frequent, and soon there was more silence than tears. Then, suddenly, I heard what sounded like the Mexican army coming down our driveway. I became terrified all over again, and I thought, someone's coming to take our asses off to jail.
Mia, oh my God, it was insane. I ran to the window in my room and saw pickup trucks and Hummers with armed men in the back, plus Suburbans and Jeeps rolling down toward our house, all in a line. There was car after car after car, windows all blacked out. I thought about heading downstairs, but I couldn't move a muscle and couldn't have run if I'd wanted to. Then it hit me. What the hell is going on? Whoever's in those cars is going to kill us. You have to do something. I saw the door of the first pickup truck open up, and it was Peter. I sprinted down the stairs and out the door faster than I've ever run in my life.
Olivia, in my mind, it was Junior that jumped out of the car first. But they looked so much alike, and I was so out of my mind that, honestly, it could have been Peter. I was so happy to see both of them that it didn't make a difference anyway. After we'd finished hugging and kissing, Junior motioned for us to go inside. When I say us, I mean the horde of guys who just stepped out of the 20 vehicles that had driven toward our house. There were men everywhere. Our dining room had a table that seated about 20 people, and everyone filed in toward it. I immediately knew who was in charge. His name was Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes, who everyone just called El Mencho. El Mencho's now the head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, which is pretty much the most violent cartel in Mexico right now. He uses shoulder-held rocket launchers to shoot down military helicopters. Wow. And he actually once set part of Guadalajara on fire. Wow. But at the time, El Mencho ran the plaza in Vallarta. He was a semi-regular drug lord in 2008, even though everyone, From the police all the way up to federal agents, feared him because he was a total maniac.
Now, if you recall, when Val called in, I believe it was Goth that asked her if she had met Emma Coronel. She was like, nah. She's like, I tell you who I did meet, though. I met Mencho. And I told her, shit, if there was one that you probably didn't want to meet, it was him. But in this situation, he was the one to meet because he rescued the twins and got them out of there.
We all sat down at the dining room table and listened to Junior and Peter relate what had happened.
Mia, when Olivia had called Adrian on her Nextel from the blacked-out Suburban, she had no idea whether or not he'd answered. Luckily, he'd heard every demand, scream, and threat. He understood his marching orders, and he quickly sprang into action, making phone calls.
Good for him.
One person called another, moving the SOS up the ladder until someone finally got the ear of Chapo, Mayo, and Arturo Beltran. At this point, Adrian and Daniela had decided to get the hell out of Puerto Vallarta because it wasn't safe. And Adrian realized that although he couldn't protect his little brothers, he could save his nephew. They loaded up their car so fast they forgot Brandon's car seat.
Yeah, f that car seat, man. What you worried about, Val? We out of here. We gone. Same as when the feds came and got the twins and it was time for you to get out of Mexico. I'm sure that brought you and Vivi closer then. Cause let's go. Wheels up. Let's get out of here. And that's what Adrian did. If y'all remember from the Surviving El Chapo story, I don't know if they're going to mention it here. Maybe I am spoiling it. They were already turning them over to the U.S. government. So the U.S. government was coming. So they had to switch out the twins with a couple of okie-doke cualquieras and put them in the back seat, at least to look stupid to the U.S. government rather than to look like they were in cahoots. They put a couple of okie-dokes in the car. They turn over the okie-dokes. The feds look at them and say, stupid, this ain't the twins. Oh, my bad. They rather look stupid than cross Mencho.
Then started driving toward Guadalajara, a long 5-hour trip where cell service was spotty.
Olivia, in the meantime, while Adrian's car was winding into the mountains and we were tied up in that torture chamber, Arturo Beltran Leiva called and demanded to talk to Junior about the ransom he and Peter were prepared to pay to set us free. What did you do to get yourself into, and why are you offering so much money? He said firmly. Because I have to, said Junior. I have no other choice. I'm not going back to the States. Look, we're going to get you and your brother out, the BLO boss said, but it's not going to be easy. What is the most important thing to you both?
They did not want them giving anybody money. That's a fact. I don't know how much of that has to do with greed or strategy, but for the twins, it was like, it's what we do, dog. We buy the situation. If the situation gets hot, we pay for it. We get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? The bosses weren't hearing that. They was like, nah, we got armies. What are you doing?
Junior didn't have to think twice. Getting our wives out of this mess. It's done, Arturo said. Then he paused and added, keep this phone on you from now on. And remember, tú mandas, cabrón. Meaning, you tell them what the fuck to do.
Mia, that's when the AFI officer started freaking out. He agreed to let Olivia and me go, knowing that if we got hurt, they'd be in deep shit. Then he released the Chinese guys and their associate because they weren't worth anything to them.
Olivia, Chapo, Mayo, and Vicente then got on a call together to figure out what to do. They realized they had $5 million sitting in a plane on a runway in Juarez, and if they rerouted that plane, they could get the money to Puerto Vallarta. Vicente called the AFI office to negotiate. Keep the Flores brothers safe, he demanded, and we'll pay you in exchange for their freedom. But it's going to take about 2.5 hours. We don't have that kind of time, the official said. Unfortunately, 2.5 hours wasn't going to work. The AFI and immigration officer had been serious about wanting to send Peter and Junior back to the United States, and they'd called the feds. The U.S. Marshals will be here in half an hour, the AFI agent said. They're taking Peter and Junior. We can't make a deal. The drug lords huddled together on the phone again and quickly came up with a plan B. They told Vicente to call the AFI officer right back. We could do this the easy way or the hard way, he said. But regardless, you're not sending the twins back to the U.S. And since you're apparently insisting on keeping them, we're going to do things the hard way.
Mia, as a matter of fact, The cartels were prepared to go to war to save Junior and Peter from being sent back to the United States. Chapo, Mayo, and Vicente had begun amassing an army to come get them.
Cash cow rescue.
Olivia, the AFI agent knew he and his men were going to be outnumbered by whoever the cartels were sending. So they suited up in full war gear and shuttled Peter and Junior out of the station as fast as they could. They didn't give them bulletproof vests, but they did push them into a bulletproof Suburban with 2 armed agents stationed on either side of them. The U.S. Marshals were supposed to arrive by 1 p.m., and they had to meet them the minute they showed up. The AFI agent got behind the wheel and began driving around the streets of Vallarta, frantic. After a few minutes, his phone rang. It was Músico, Arturo's right-hand man. Músico made all phone calls for Arturo and was one of Junior's closest friends. And right then, he was demanding to speak with Junior. The AFI officer handed the phone back to Junior and Peter. Then, Músico started talking. "We have hundreds of men ready to fight for your lives. Every road that leads to the Puerto Vallarta airport is blocked off. Every street is barricaded. There's no way you're getting on that plane. There's no way you're going back to the U.S. As he listened in, Peter paused for a minute and realized just what was happening. But before he could say anything, Músico started to talk again, his voice cracking. "I don't know if there will be a shootout. This might not end well. But whatever happens, Junior, please know it's been an honor knowing you. Knowing the both of you."
Mia, when Músico said that, Peter thought about a million things, but 3 really stuck out. First, he remembered what his dad always said to him. "Don't ever let them take you to jail." Next, he thought about me. Finally, he said to himself, "Junior and I came into this life together, and I guess we're going to leave this world together." Then he grabbed his brother's hand, closed his eyes, and felt hot tears start to run down his face.
Olivia. Junior choked up as he was talking to Músico. "But our family," Músico replied. "Don't worry about your family. You have my word that I will guard them with my life and get them out of Mexico safely. I promise I won't let anything happen to them." That was the signal for the AFI officer to make his move. He rolled down his window, put on his turn signal, and as he inched toward the side of the road, he motioned for his caravan to pull over too. Then he jumped out of the car and made a call. As he held the phone to his ear, he began pacing back and forth, clearly distraught. The U.S. Marshals were about to roll into town, guns blazing, ready to capture the Flores brothers, and they were going to run right smack into the cartel's army. Something devastating was about to happen, and the AFI officer knew he'd put his men in the middle of it.
If you remember, Músico told Jay or Peter over the phone, "Listen, this might go bad. So y'all got to be prepared to go to war, bust your guns. You down for that? You just got to be prepared for whatever's going to go down." They were like, "Yeah, we down for it." He didn't even ask his brother at that point. And he didn't have to because it's like, the shit done hit the fan already.
Then he got back in the car and drove slowly toward the plaza in downtown Vallarta. As he rounded a corner, he saw almost 100 men holding AK-47s, their guns drawn. Probably half of them surrounded the AFI officer's caravan, and Mencho walked up to where Junior and Peter were sitting. "Cuate, time to go." The AFI officer looked at Peter and Junior, put his gun on the floor, and exited the car with his hands up. As he opened their door, Mencho said, "Vamos," signaling for them to get out. Junior and Peter slid off the seats just as 2 of Mencho's men took their places in the back. They were decoys, intended to throw off the marshals who were getting closer. Then Junior and Peter walked quickly toward a waiting car. Before they reached it, though, Junior turned around, approached the AFI agent, shook his hand, and told him, "You did the right thing. Don't worry, I'm not going to let anyone harm you. My brother and I are going to look out for you.
That's how they told it in Surviving El Chapo. These boys was diplomats, boy. Diplomatic immunity from the Flores twins. For real, for real. They didn't want that blood on their hands, I guess.
Mia, that's when they started driving back toward Ranchos, where our beach house was. They were in a massive procession of bulletproof cars. Every guy on the passenger side had his window rolled down, his gun peeking out, ready to fire. There were also men piled in the back of pickups, weapons drawn in broad daylight. They got to the first army checkpoint and switched cars, joining Mencho. When they entered the second checkpoint, Mencho rolled down his window and the Mexican army waved them through, their guns also drawn.
Not playing.
Not long after, they pulled up to our house, and Olivia and I ran out the door screaming.
Olivia, before we headed back to Guadalajara later that day, Junior had one more phone call to make. He needed to reach Adrian to tell him we were on our way back. Adrian, he yelled. We're safe. We're driving back to Guadalajara. We'll be there tonight. I ran to my husband and grabbed the phone right out of his hands, mid-conversation. I needed to know if my baby was okay that second. Brandon's fine, Adrian said. He misses you but knows you're coming. I was too upset to even hear what he said. You took my baby without his car seat? I yelled. You forgot the fucking car seat. I hung up the phone and heard a room full of guys, including my husband, burst out in laughter.
Good episode. Good chapter. Action-packed. A lot of confirmation between the two stories. The story that we heard from Surviving El Chapo, the story that we heard from Cartel Wives. Again, we heard the story, but we get a little bit more detail. We didn't know that the Chinitos was tripping. They was terrified. They didn't know what they stepped into. We didn't hear the baby seat part. We didn't hear the part about Adrian. That's another wrinkle right there. You get home after that type of ordeal, and then you realize that your brother-in-law, your sister-in-law, and the kid ain't even there. The kids ain't there. Do not run away without the car seat. You got to have the car seat, man. You ever hit that midday crash where your energy just runs into a wall? That's where DUBBY comes in. Clean energy, no sugar, no jitters, no crash. Formulated for focus and stamina, not hyper headaches. Whether gaming, grinding, or creating, this stuff keeps you sharp. Use code ILCARTEL for 10% off at dubby.gg. Fuel up smart. Don't settle for sugar water. Chapter 19, Cartel Wives. Let's get it.
Do or die time. Olivia. Right after Junior and Peter came back to our beach house, some Mexican federal agents drove all of us back to Guadalajara in 2 armored trucks. It was me and Junior in one, and Peter and Mia in another. The whole ride back, I remember thinking, if I ever really wondered whether or not the federal government was assisting drug lords, this sure as hell settles it. In fact, agents were so in the cartel's pockets that Peter and Junior decided to pay the AFI officer who helped them escape the U.S. Marshals $2.25 million just as a thank you. Chapo, Mayo, and Arturo Beltran had saved our husbands' lives once again. And ours for the first time, which cemented Junior and Peter's position in the cartels even further. Just like any big company that has executives, they were now at the top, and that afforded them benefits. Chapo gave them special passwords.
She said, the cartel saved our ass again. Well, technically, the cartel kidnapped you and extorted you the first time, too, or the second time. The Tío Lupe time, you know what I'm saying? That was technically the cartel, because Chapo could have wrote off that 10 mil to Lupe. He didn't do that. He put that on your ass, and y'all had to pay for that. So, technically, I don't know how much they saved the ass. Like, it costs you. It's going to cost you every time they save your ass, for real.
Chapo gave them special passwords to let paid-off government officials know which cartel they were connected to. The passwords were basically get-out-of-jail-free cards. Then, to make them feel even safer, he specifically told them they'd never have to worry about extradition. After all, he was always notified when the United States was planning to pay a visit.
Mia. Even with that kind of protection, Peter and Junior were feeling less and less safe every day.
Hell yeah.
They added extra security at the perimeters of our houses and invested in new cameras that were more sophisticated than the regular eye-in-the-sky kind you see in department stores. There wasn't a single blind spot between the two of our homes, and it was a constant reminder of the harshness of my life. I remember thinking, it's like I'm living in a war zone.
My dear, you were living in a war
Olivia,
zone.
but Junior and Peter weren't ready to get out entirely. "We've been talking about scaling back, baby," he said to me. "I think maybe we could just slow down, not grab any more work from Chapo, Mayo, or the BLO, and just send our own work." I was skeptical. "What does Peter say?" I asked. "He's mostly concerned about our workers. We're everything to them. We're responsible for 80 families, and we can't just back off. They need to make money, but he also thinks that we can never really get away. We make all the money for the cartels, and every time we accept shipments in the United States, we're in debt to them. If something gets seized, we'll owe millions." Junior paused. "My brother may be right. I'm not sure we can ever just walk away from them without getting killed. There's no halfway, is there? I don't know. So that's what we need to discuss."
Mia.
I don't know how they did that, because I think the slightest pullback and Chop on them gonna notice, hey, y'all slowing down on us? It's like working in a factory, man. You can't go in there all happy and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and push more numbers than they ever seen before. Why? Because now they expect you to beat those numbers. They know you can reach those numbers, and they just want to run you into the dirt and get as much out of you as they possibly can. Same thing with the cartel. Mind you, these numbers have probably been brought up, and they're making a lot more money with the twins on team. And they're looking at them like, y'all invented these numbers. You can't beat them? You slowing down? You backing up? Nah, we ain't having that. Time to the tree.
The bad taste of our kidnapping was still with us, and we knew it would never leave. Even though the cartels had promised to protect us, there was nothing truly stopping anyone from trying to kidnap us again.
Facts.
There was nothing keeping the Mexican government from arresting and extraditing Peter and Junior either. Sure, the cartels had told my husband and brother-in-law they were untouchable, but if there's anything we'd learned in the last 4 years, it was that life could change at a moment's notice.
And no one's untouchable.
By March 2008, that realization and the question of what we should do about it felt even more urgent, because Olivia and I had just discovered we were both pregnant.
Damn. Double bubble.
Olivia. I always said I wanted my kids a grade apart. I loved being a mom, and I adored being pregnant, and before I'd had Brandon, I felt so close to Junior knowing his baby was growing inside me. I loved how attentive he'd been and how much he catered to me. He would kiss my belly and rub my feet every night, saying, "You've never been more beautiful to me." Still, I knew Junior was hesitant about having another child. His worst fear was something bad happening and me having to raise our babies alone. But understanding how much I wanted it and how much he loved our family, he went with it. He and I started trying to get pregnant again pretty much immediately after Brandon was born. We tried and tried and tried every month and had a lot of fun in the mix of it all, but nothing happened. After a year, I was like, what the heck is taking so long? Then I got kidnapped. I guess I should have known I was pregnant that night. I mean, I suspected. I'd been pretty up and down emotionally, but I hadn't confirmed it. But then, bam, we got dragged out of that club, and I was 1,000 times more crazy and hormonal than I usually am. I'd never cried so much or so loudly. As soon as we got back to Guadalajara, I took a test, and sure enough, there were those 2 little blue lines on a stick. I was so happy when I found out. I wanted nothing more than to be a devoted wife and mother. Having Brandon with Junior had been the greatest thing that had ever happened to us. We developed such an intimate bond, a closeness that was almost unexplainable. Junior was the best dad, too. He and Brandon were glued at the hip. They took naps together. Junior sterilized his bottles and watched every Disney movie with him. We had 3 housekeepers, 1 per floor, to make sure the house was spotless. But Junior would not let the señoras touch Brandon's bottles.
Forget señoras. My housekeeper gonna have to have straps, vests, know her way around the artillery, boy. Because y'all wilding in the middle of some mountain somewhere with a couple of viejitas taking care of the kids. You needed goons out there.
His associates started calling him Mama. And when you'd see Junior, he'd be carrying his messenger bag full of phones and our boy's diaper bag, one per shoulder and crisscrossed in the back. When I'd walk in the house and see Brandon, he'd turn his little head on me because he just wanted to be with his dad. It was going to be another new beginning for us, or so I told myself. But deep down, I knew. We couldn't keep living like this. Our babies deserved better.
Mia. Even though Peter and I were married over 2 years before we decided to have a baby, I'd always known I'd wanted to be a mom. I'm a nurturer. I like to take care of people, really listen to them, and let them know they're loved. And I knew Peter would be a wonderful dad. But we'd put it off, mainly because we wanted to enjoy each other's company. One morning in 2007, though, Peter woke me up. He was kneeling by the bed and he took my hand. "I have to ask you an important question," he said. "Is it something bad?" "No, it's not bad. Just listen to me. I want to know if you want to have my baby." I was a little confused, but I went along with it anyway.
Have a baby by me, baby.
I'd love to have your baby.
Be
We've
a
already talked
millionaire.
about this. "No, serious. I want to make sure this is forever." I was getting more confused by the second. "We're married. Of course this is forever. What are you saying?" "I don't want you to say anything today. I want you to think about it. I want to offer you $5 million and you can go if you know that you can't be with me for the rest of your life. If you know in your heart that you can, then we should have a child. But if you know that this is not what you want, and I am not what you want, and this life is not what you want, then I'd rather see you happy somewhere else." I was floored. I started thinking, why is he doing this to me? Is this a trick? But I realized he couldn't bear to have me live through another kidnapping.
How many other women, percentage-wise, what's the over-under on how many other women would have took the $5 million and said, "Fuck this, I'm out"?
This was not an easy life. And the future?
Shit, if she's a queen pin, how many men making that same decision? I'm a gigolo in Saint-Tropez with the $5 million, I'm gone. Flip that.
The next day, even, felt so uncertain. Having a child was momentous and final in a way that just being married wasn't. Because if he died or disappeared before having a child with me, it would just be my loss. If the same thing happened with a baby, it was a loss for an entire lifetime. Peter knew that having a child was the biggest decision we'd ever make, and right then, I realized it too. The next day, though, I said yes. Peter was my life. Our future family was my life. And one morning, in March 2008, just 2 months after our kidnapping, I got the news I'd been dreaming of. I love pizza. I could eat it 3 times a day and still go back for more. Yet one night, Peter and I ordered pizza, and I couldn't stand to look at it, let alone eat it. "Get that away from me," I said to Peter. I went to bed early, still hungry, and the next morning, I woke up and walked to the bathroom. Sitting on the vanity was a cup holding one beautiful flower and an unopened pregnancy test. I removed the test from the cup and walked back into the bedroom to talk with Peter. "What's with this?" I asked, smiling. "Go back in the bathroom and take that test," he said. "I have a feeling it's going to be good news." Less than 5 minutes later, I saw those 2 little blue lines on a stick.
Olivia. For all of us, me, Mia, Junior, and Peter, the Puerto Vallarta kidnapping became our second chance. When Mia and I were tied up, thinking we'd die right there before having more babies, our husbands were thinking the same thing. They were asking themselves, is this the life we want for our wives and children? We can't do this to them anymore. If this happens again, it's going to end in tragedy, and everyone, including our kids, will be dead. I also realized how lucky we'd been. If the marshals had taken Junior and Peter back to the United States, they would have been facing life behind bars. I would have been left alone, pregnant, with 2 babies to raise by myself.
That was a close-ass call. No mencho, no musico, no okie dokes to get in the backseat of that car and get traded to the U.S. And they actually got in them cars and went to the U.S. Whole different story right there. Them dudes just doing life in prison, period. There was no way they were going to escape in the U.S. Chapo knows he can't escape in the U.S.
That's why Junior and I started talking almost nightly about getting out. I won't ever forget what you looked like at Kay's funeral, he said to me. You were pregnant, lying on the ground in agony. I felt it then and I feel it now. That can't happen again. I was on the same page. I just couldn't live through that again. We knew it wouldn't be easy, though. The Sinaloa cartel and the BLO had just gone to war with each other, and Junior and Peter saw that things were headed in a bad direction, like worse than ever. They were on the fringes of the kind of personal retaliation they'd never seen before.
Mia. On January 21st, 2008, Mocomo was arrested in Culiacan with $900,000 in cash and an arsenal of rifles, automatic weapons, bulletproof vests, and grenades. The Beltran Leyva brothers believed that it was El Chapo and the Sinaloa cartel who had tipped off the authorities to Alfredo's hiding place in a Culiacan safe house, and they were enraged, vowing revenge. This incident sparked the beginning of the feud that quickly turned the BLO against the Sinaloa cartel.
Olivia.
There it is. The split.
The arrest of Mocomo infuriated his brothers. With Alfredo behind bars, Arturo took the helm of the Beltran Leyva organization, vowing he'd get back at Chapo. Violence in Culiacan shot through the roof, and the months of February and March and beyond saw all-out warfare on the streets of Culiacan. Chapo's men were cut up into pieces, which were then thrown into the trunks of their cars. BLO workers were shot at random in the mom-and-pop bars they frequented at the end of every workday. It wasn't uncommon for safe houses to be firebombed, with the workers inside so badly burned that their bodies couldn't be identified.
Dirty game.
Mia. Right away, Peter and Junior had found themselves in the middle of the 2 warring factions. Both the BLO and the Sinaloa cartel needed them, though, so while they felt somewhat protected, the heat was on. To each side, the obvious way to get more power over the other was pull Peter and Junior closer into the fold. So each brought up the idea of a plaza. The BLO wanted them to control Tijuana, while Chapo and Mayo hoped to turn over Mexicali.
Olivia. A plaza is a piece of real estate specific to trafficking. There was a plaza in Vallarta, another in Culiacan, and more in pretty much every major drug center in Mexico.
Much more detailed in this book than they were in Surviving El Chapo. And I understand why. I mean, it was a podcast, more of a conversation, an interview. In a book, you're able to sit down, reflect, write down things and get them right. You know what I'm saying? It's not just off the cuff a recording. So very well done, man.
The head of a plaza controlled that area, coordinating which drugs were coming in and which were going out. He negotiated police protection, and anyone who sold drugs in that area would have to get his permission. It was a powerful position to be in, and to a lot of the cartel members in Mexico, it was the highest you could go without actually being the boss. The idea was to have Junior and Peter control a plaza together. After all, they'd always run a dual business, and there was no way one would go to one cartel and the other go to another. They were a team, and 2 heads weren't just better than one. They were one. But they respectfully declined. We don't want that kind of power, they said. I'm sure Chapo and the Beltran Leyvas just shook their heads and looked at them like they were crazy. But Peter and Junior weren't chasing that kind of massive ego drug lord life. This was just a business to them, and they were always going to choose family over everything.
Mia. They knew that if they got a plaza, they would have to send us back to the United States to live. Just like Chapo or all of the other cartel bosses, they'd have to go into hiding, and we'd only see them once they sent for us. Chapo didn't care about being in the mountains. He'd just have girls come to him. But Peter and Junior wouldn't think about giving us up. It was totally out of the question.
Olivia. They could turn down a plaza, but they couldn't escape their associates who'd started putting pressure on them. One day, after Mocomo got arrested and the Beltran Leyva brothers soured on Chapo and Mayo, Musico called Junior. He wanted my husband to come see him, but Junior said that he couldn't. "I can't come see you because Rambo's here," he said. "He's been in town on an operation and said it's not a good time for me to come out." If Musico had a problem with Junior hanging out with Rambo, he didn't say it on that call. Sure enough, though, the next day Musico found out that Rambo had picked up Arturo Beltran's right-hand man, a guy they called El Comandante, taken him back to his ranch and killed him in front of his whole family. The operation Junior had mentioned was a deliberate act against the BLO, and Musico was pissed. He called Junior and said as much. "Rambo killed El Comandante. You better tell me where the fuck Chapo is because I'm going to kill him myself." Junior just sat there, worried. He had no idea the operation was a direct blow to the BLO.
Gotta pay attention.
"Musico," he said, "you know my brother and I have nothing to do with this war. We're not fighting, you know us. You know we don't get involved. Don't be mad at us, we're just working." But Musico kept screaming, "You better pick a side, pick a fucking side."
Because the same way, in the middle of a conversation about something that he didn't really understand the depth of as far as we're being told here, just out of that conversation, you giving up information to the other side, right? Not that you have a side, but you're giving up information. And Musico got to be looking at it like, and that's a two-way street. You know, what if I was running an operation and you're so used to us being together and you're so used to us being one big happy family that you speak freely, and next thing you know, you done hit somebody to my mission. Crazy, dangerous game that they're all playing, and the twins is in there like, oh, no, they're on top of them. Dudes are on top of it. Pick a side.
Mia. You could see the stress on Peter's face. I'd been with him through 3 kidnappings, but I'd never seen this kind of pressure bubbling up inside him.
It's a lot.
He and Junior were 2 warring cartels' biggest and best pipelines for sending drugs into the United States, and bodies were piling up to their right and their left. He came to me just a few weeks after I found out I was pregnant. "I think Junior and I need to stop doing this." Without taking a moment to think about it, I pulled him to me, looked him straight in the face, and said, "Yes." "Let's go talk to Junior and Olivia then."
Olivia. Mia didn't know that Junior and Peter had actually been talking for days. Maybe it was because Peter had tried to protect her, like he always did. Or maybe she was just so happy about being pregnant that Peter didn't want to spoil that moment for her. But I was always in Junior's ear, and I'd been begging for this more than anyone.
Mia. We initially started talking, all together, every few weeks after dinner. Some conversations were vague, and some were specific, with names and details and dates. We were scared. After all, we were considering changing everything in our lives.
Olivia. One night that April, we were sitting around the kitchen table at Mia and Peter's place. I don't know who started talking first, but I think it was Junior. "Peter, things are changing, and we have to put our family first. I just don't think we can slow down and scale back. And if we move overseas, the cartels are just going to hunt us down. They're killing everyone, even their own fucking family. There's no walking away from them, and we'll have no protection. We risk the feds grabbing us and extraditing us." I don't think Junior had to convince his brother. He already had his mind made up. Peter got really serious and said what we were all thinking. We should call our lawyer and see if we can cut a deal. We can't keep doing this to our family.
This was told totally different in Surviving El Chapo. So used to saying subscribe. I was going to say subscribing El Guapo and the Gomez twins. In Surviving El Chapo, they told that story differently. There were things at the time that they probably couldn't really come clean with in this book in 2017 or 2016 when it was written, 15, whatever that was. But it was told totally differently. Here it says Junior brings it up rather matter-of-factly, and Peter's all in. In Surviving El Chapo podcast, they said Junior brought it up to Peter. Peter flipped the fuck out and then came back days later and was like, what would we have to do? How would we do it?
Mia. Peter and Junior had put their blood, sweat, and tears into their organization, so leaving it all behind wasn't going to be easy. But there were 3 things weighing on us. First, we had unborn children. Bringing them into the drug world wasn't just unsafe. It perpetuated a cycle that had started the day Junior and Peter were born. They didn't want our kids to be raised the way they had been, and Brandon had already been exposed to too much. There was security around the perimeter outside where he played. A room packed with millions of dollars in cash next to his nursery, and 2 parents who didn't come home one night because they were handcuffed in a torture chamber. Second, this life wasn't guaranteed. Sure, Peter and Junior had worked day and night to build their business, but all of it could change at a moment's notice. The people they'd helped make rich could betray them any time, then kill them and our whole families and not lose a second of sleep over it. There was no loyalty. People were dying left and right, families murdering families. They wanted no part of that, and neither did we. Finally,
They were like, yo, we just got into this to get some paper. We ain't here to be tough guys. We ain't here to be terrorists. We ain't here to be no mass murderers. We're not here to be Tony Montana. We're here on business. But that's how they do business out there. It's very disposable business. They will dispose of you.
what they were doing just wasn't right. Peter and Junior had morals, but their job didn't. People in Chicago, a city we all loved, were strung out on drugs they'd shipped. Mothers had lost their teenage sons in cartel crossfire. Olivia's second husband had been murdered by a gang that was fueled by drug dealing. Peter and Junior turned to us. With one look of doubt from either me or Olivia, they would have had a change of heart. "What do you think?" Peter said. Olivia and I nodded our heads in unison. Get out. It was decided. Pedro and Margarito Flores were going to become federal informants, bring down the cartels, and dismantle everything they'd helped create.
That's it. Good episode. They got babies coming. There's a war. They gave you the reason why. So-and-so got locked up by so-and-so's cop. Then this happened, that happened. Long story short, hay guerra. Pick a side. Whose side you on? And they said, we're on our side. We getting out of here. They're going to make a deal. Here we go. Chapter 20.
Informants. No promises. Olivia. By 2008, Junior and Peter's organization was pumping almost $50 million worth of cocaine onto U.S. streets every month, and they had over 100 employees in 10 cities. Yet they hadn't stepped foot on American soil in almost 5 years. They were fugitives, and if they'd taken that risk, they would have been arrested on the spot.
Mia. They had to take precautions, so they steered clear of the United States no matter what, even to talk to their lawyer about how to become the biggest drug informants in U.S. history. Someone had to fly to Chicago to lay the groundwork, though. It wasn't going to be them, and it didn't make sense for it to be me either. Junior and Peter's lawyer was just a voice on the phone to me, and I didn't have the background or the experience to effectively relay all that he needed to know. "Who's going to do it?" asked Peter one night. "Olivia." Junior said, "No question." We all turned and looked at her, knowing she'd be perfect.
She's the go-to.
Olivia. It had to be me. After all, I'd had a relationship with Junior and Peter's lawyer, Joe Bonelli, long before I got together with Junior. When I was married to Kay and the government asked me to wear a wire to gain intelligence against him, I decided I needed to talk to a lawyer, so I'd called Joe. He'd defended people in the drug trade, and on the street he was considered to be the best in the business. He'd also represented Peter and Junior's employees, wholesalers, and countless other big drug conspiracy cases in Chicago. He defended Adrian before he was sent to prison in the 1990s, and he'd stayed in touch with Junior and Peter over the years. He seemed to care about them, in fact. He never failed to ask about our family, and when I called and told him I needed to meet with him in Chicago, he seemed genuinely pleased. Joe had always been sharp. He was tall and handsome and wore nice, tailor-made suits, so he looked the part, but he acted it too. He was a great speaker, really commanding. I'd never seen him stumble. If anything, he was so confident he almost seemed cocky. But in March 2008, when I walked into his fancy office in the Loop,
Leave it to the twins and Val to shake them up. They shook him.
All business, and started talking, he became a different person. Junior and Peter want to tell everything they know about Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, Arturo Beltran, and Ismael El Mayo Zambada. I said their first and last names and nicknames just to be totally clear and avoid any confusion.
No confusion.
Chapo wasn't all over the news like he is now, and most Americans, aside from the government, hadn't heard of him. Junior and Peter have been working with the cartels for 4 years, and they know where the bosses are hiding. They're willing to do anything to bring them down. Joe sat behind his big wooden desk with his mouth wide open.
Shook.
He was holding a pen in his hand, but I think he'd forgotten that he wanted to take notes because he suddenly stared at the papers at his desk and hunched over, then started writing really fast. I realized he didn't know what to ask, so I kept on talking. I can tell you exactly how many tons Junior and Peter are bringing in every month, how many workers they have, and where the tunnels are that they use to get loads across the border. Chapo's been investing in submarines, and he's asking them to purchase rocket launchers from the military.
She just dropped a 2-ton duffel bag of info right there, just in that little boom right there. Submarines, that's all you gotta say, submarines and tunnels.
And Junior and Peter own a fleet of tractor trailers they use to transport loads. Slow down, stop.
Yeah.
Did you say rocket launchers?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I forgot the rocket launcher.
They'll tell you every single detail of their business and how they're working with the cartels. They want to cooperate. Fully. I put extra emphasis on that last word. Joe finally looked up and paused. He was thinking. Then he started talking slowly. So, if I call this DEA agent I've worked with, maybe he can tell me exactly what you need to do. He went a little white. Wait, you don't have a wire on you, do you? What? A wire. Is anyone listening? Why the hell would I be recording you? Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Sorry. I'd known this guy for years, and he was usually cool as a cucumber.
He shook.
He never got paranoid. Then I realized I was putting him in a sticky situation. He was a kick-ass defense attorney who represented guys on the street, like regular drug dealers, and he probably didn't want to be known as the person who represented snitches.
Especially for the biggest bust that they got at the time. That guy was used to winning. He was his mission was to go out there and win. He's shook right now. He's wondering if this is a whole setup. He don't know what to think at the moment.
No one likes a rat, and they like their lawyers even less. To top it off, even though Joe had 10 times more experience with the drug trade than any other lawyer in Chicago, one of his clients cooperating with the government on the international stage was on a whole different level. He wasn't just nervous. He might even be in over his head. Look, relax, I said. I brought a secure phone. Let's call my husband and Peter.
Mia. Olivia had given us a heads up that she'd probably call us from Joe's office, but Peter and Junior and I were still so nervous, sitting there in our penthouse with Brandon. We had no idea if Joe would even want to take the case, and we were really depending on Liv to tell him everything.
At the moment, Joe wants to get out of Dodge.
Plus, I couldn't stop feeling strange. We had this secret that no one else knew, and it occupied my mind constantly. I trusted Peter completely, and I knew his decision was 100% in my best interest. But still, I was seeing him and everything in a new light. When the phone rang, Peter grabbed it and proceeded to tell Joe absolutely everything he and Junior wanted to do. Then he put it on speaker so we all could hear. "Peter, Junior, Mia, hello," Joe said deliberately. "Are you sure this is what you want to do?" Junior spoke up. "Absolutely, we're sure. Because there's no turning back." "Yes, definitely," said Peter. Then he stopped. "But do you want to do this?" Joe paused.
Hell no.
"Do I have a choice? I don't want you guys to talk to the wrong people and then have something happen to you and your families. Just let me make some calls. I need to reach the right people." Peter leaned in toward the phone and lowered his voice. "Joe, listen to me. Be careful who you contact, because half of the people we know in Chicago and half of the people you represent have ties to the cartels. Chapo and Mayo have lawyers and officials on both sides of the border who weed out rats and snitches. They report to them weekly. If anybody finds out what we're doing, they will kill my whole fucking family. You got that?" "I got it." "So what's gonna happen next?" Peter asked. "I'll call you after I speak to the feds. After that, the ball's in their court." "But you've got our backs, right?" Junior asked. "I do." Joe went quiet for a second. "Look, I can't promise you what kind of deal you'll get, and I can't even promise the amount of prison time you'll get, but I'll give you my word that I'll defend you no matter what. I'm on your side from here on out. That's probably the only promise you'll get this whole time." "We trust you," Junior said. "I'll call you in a few days. I hope. No promises." Then Joe hung up. The next thing we knew, Olivia was on a flight home.
Olivia. No promises became the theme of those first few months Junior and Peter were cooperating.
None.
Like, sure, we'll tell you we're assigning a bunch of agents to your case, and they'll probably call you at some point, but we can't promise when. Or, give us all the intelligence you can, but we can't promise you how it might affect your case.
Or your life.
We knew nothing, like absolutely zero in the beginning. The only thing we could do was try to take care of our situation at home, which meant deciding who'd meet with the feds, whenever the hell they did call. It didn't take Peter long to make a decision. "I don't trust the feds," he said. "When we meet with them, they could arrest us and extradite us right then and there. We can't go together." "Then what are you thinking?" Junior asked. "I'll go alone. I can't separate you from Brandon. If he loses you right now, I couldn't live with myself." Junior looked at Peter and slowly nodded his head. There wasn't even a need to say thank you. They were in this together, like they'd always been. Junior had put his life on the line during Peter's kidnapping, flying into the mountains to meet with Chapo and hammering out an arrangement to free him. Making sacrifices for each other was just what they did. We planned and we waited. Joe was our only lifeline.
Mia. We called Joe all the time, and he was patient and reassuring most of the time, but sometimes he was as concerned as we were. "It's going to take a while," he'd say, "and seriously, I wonder if you boys are doing the right thing." Joe had come to realize what we had, that Junior and Peter were making an unheard-of decision.
And they were just hung out there. They don't know when the feds are coming. They don't know what help they're going to get. And maybe this, maybe that. Maybe I snatch you up and take you. Whatever, we'll figure it out there. The whole time they're thinking, well, we've already talked to Joe about this. We've already put Joe to handle it with the feds. The word is out there. I just told you, Chapo got dudes that check in every week. Lawyers on both sides of the fence, both sides of the border, both sides of the war. Everybody weeding out snitches. They gotta suffer through those tense. What was it? Months? It was like 9 months or something like that on their own. Just hung out there. And then when the time came, they're thinking they're gonna get some help. They're gonna get some I Spy type equipment. They got nothing. They say figure it out for yourself, and they did.
By far the most difficult one they'd ever made. They were doing what few people in their right minds would even consider, risking their lives by walking away from the drug trade at the height of their careers. We finally heard from a DEA agent named Sam in April, who wanted to set up an initial meeting between Peter and the feds in Cancun soon. To Junior and Peter, it was one of the most gut-wrenching conversations of their lives. The second they picked up the phone and said hello, they officially became rats.
After that, they were beyond sick. They completely went against everything that had been instilled in them since childhood, because growing up, the feds were the bad guys, the enemies. They were the people who'd sent their dad away before they were born. They were the guys who'd helped put away Adrian. In their minds, they'd always been doing what they needed to do to support their families. Sure, they were making excuses to justify their wrongdoings, but coming from where they did and being bred into the world they were, that was the way it had always been. I knew Junior was scared of walking away and giving up the only life he'd ever known. On top of that, he was worried I'd lose respect for him. But he'd seen how I'd grown into a different woman since we'd met. I didn't care about what people thought anymore. I loved my family so much, I was willing to accept my husband becoming an informant.
That's another thing they didn't get into in this book that they did get into and were a little bit more honest about in Surviving El Chapo. In Surviving El Chapo, they made it clear that Val was completely against the idea. That's not what we do. They didn't touch on that in here.
He was willing to change his life for me and our children, and I respected and loved him for making such a courageous decision. It was the ultimate gift. To make things right, they knew they had to sacrifice themselves, walk away from their loved ones, and go to prison for a very long time. They were heading down an unknown path, and their lives were going to turn upside down and become a living hell because of it. But they had to break the cycle and do what was right. It was the only thing, and the most selfless thing, they could do for our families and the well-being of our children. Junior and Peter had always said, "It's easier to do wrong and so hard to do right." In the weeks leading up to their first meeting with the feds, for the first real time in their lives, they began doing the latter.
There it is. That was chapter 20, y'all. They are officially informants. They are officially under the thumb of the U.S. government. What benefit they got from that, I don't know, other than maybe not getting life in prison and being rescued from a situation where their whole family could have been wiped out. That was their doing, really. Feds just signed off on it, but they didn't help them with nothing else. Chapter 21, Cartel-wide.
The feds. Mia. The feds scrapped the Cancun meeting. A few weeks later, they set up another one in Cabo San Lucas. But when Peter and I arrived there, we found out that it had been canceled too. The feds hadn't been able to get clearance from the Justice Department. Traveling back home to Guadalajara, we were in a panic. At the airport, the garbage man taking out the bathroom trash looked like a cartel member. Then we saw 2 American men eating at a fast food restaurant, and I froze up. "Peter," I said, "they look like undercover agents."
They're everywhere.
"Just keep walking and look ahead," he answered. But I realized he didn't disagree with me. He knows as well as I do that dozens of people know about this meeting. We could be ambushed at any moment from both sides, the cartel and the feds.
Olivia. Thank God me and Peter came home safely. When they did, we continued to discuss our plans almost every day. Some discussions were vague and some were specific with names and dates and details. We were scared, so we'd huddle in the bathroom in my house, running all the spa jets, the rain showers, and the 6-person jacuzzi, and whispering together in case one of Chapel's employees was driving by.
You remember that? They hang out in the bathroom with the jacuzzi running on swole so nobody could hear them, having their conversations back there.
Picking up conversations from the airwaves. During one of our bathroom conferences, we came up with a plan B. If Junior or Peter were ever separated from us, Mia and I would get on a private plane and fly to a safe house in Mexicali. There, we'd wait for further instructions. But if they were ever captured or killed, we'd have to flee Mexico and make it to safety in the United States. Then, finally, in May 2008, the feds called again. They wanted Peter to hop on a flight to Monterrey, Mexico, and be prepared to talk. For hours. The feds were ready to hear what he and Junior planned to disclose and who they wanted to betray. And they were prepared to give them instructions on how to become federal informants. Apparently, though, they weren't at all ready for a case this big.
Mia. Peter and I hated the idea of going to Monterrey. Not just because it was so close to the border, but because we'd be entering enemy territory. Monterrey was controlled by Los Zetas, one of Mexico's most dangerous and violent cartels, and they were at war with Sinaloa. The second we got there, Peter was looking over his shoulder. But that didn't stop us from taking a walk the next night before his meeting, something we did every night we were together. If this doesn't work out, you know where I'm going. I want you to know that I love you, and I did this for us. We'll be fine. You'll be fine, Peter said to me that night. For the first time since he'd decided to cooperate, I began to believe that maybe he was right. Even though the possibility of him going to jail the next day felt very real to us, I thought to myself, if I was strong enough to agree that Peter should change his life, I'm strong enough to live on my own. Joe hadn't given him any promises about what would happen when he sat down with the feds, so we knew an arrest right then and there was possible.
Hell yeah, it's possible.
Still, I felt a small pocket of strength stirring somewhere deep inside me. I needed that confidence the next morning, though. When we woke up and sat together on the edge of the bed, holding hands, our hearts pounding, part of me was convinced it was all going to go south. I couldn't stop thinking, oh my God, this is it. It doesn't matter what he says or does. I'm going to have to raise our baby by myself. I love you, Peter said as he pulled me toward him. But I may have to let you go for a little while, so I can hold on to you forever. I was sobbing. This is the hardest thing we've ever had to do. What if they don't let you come back to me? If they don't, Peter answered, please, take care of yourself and my baby. Then he turned and looked me straight in the eyes. I'll see you soon. Keep the door locked, and if you see anyone suspicious, leave right away. He stood up and leaned down to kiss me, then my belly. Then he walked out the door.
And think about it, the guys that had been securing them and been their security the whole time or whatever, guys that are working for them that are holding them down, they can't know none of this either. So they got to keep this from everybody. So the only ones that can keep them safe is themselves at this point.
I didn't know when he'd be back, so I stayed in that room, pacing back and forth nervously all day. I kept thinking, what did I let him do? I didn't open up the curtains. I took a few bites of food I'd pulled out of the minibar, but nothing tasted good. I tried to turn on the television, but I was terrified I'd see a news report with Peter's mugshot plastered on the screen, saying he'd been taken away. I'd slept so badly the night before, but I couldn't take a nap. All I could do was wait. And wait. I couldn't stop thinking about what might be happening. I knew how corrupt the cops in Mexico were, especially near the border, and the barbarism of Los Zetas made me sick to my stomach. Peter had demanded that there be no officials from Mexico in the room, but there were going to be American agents in the meeting who were stationed in Mexico. How could we be sure the cartels didn't know what was going on?
You couldn't.
For all I knew, Peter had walked into that hotel and been shot in the elevator.
Absolutely.
The only thing that really reassured me was that our lawyer, Joe, would be there, along with 2 DEA agents who knew their case better than anyone. The agent from Chicago's name was Eric, and he was young, smart, and eager. A case this big was a new world for him, and he needed to learn from Peter and Junior to advance in his career, so he was taking it on with an open mind. He wasn't cocky, like all the other agents they'd run into in the past, and he didn't treat them like criminals. He actually seemed astounded by their courage in putting themselves in such a dangerous predicament. He realized this was a big decision for them, and he knew they wanted to make a difference in their lives. His colleague from Milwaukee was named Matt, and he'd actually been the guy who'd raided Peter and Junior's houses, along with their sister's house back in February 2004. Peter and Junior knew he'd just been doing his job, though. Still, Eric, Matt, and Joe were the only guys Peter felt comfortable with in that room. Everyone else was an unknown, and that was a risk.
It's like a little family reunion going on over there.
Sat there in the dark for 6 long hours before Peter walked in. "Baby, you're back!" I screamed and ran to him. He looked almost as bad as he'd been when he came home from being kidnapped. He was pale and his face was sunken. He seemed bone-tired. He slumped toward the bed, sat down, pulled me close, and started bawling. He looked absolutely defeated. Finally, he began talking. "We went to a hotel and entered through the basement. I took the elevator up with Joe. I thought I was going to throw up, but he was so relaxed, like totally nonchalant. He knocked on the door, and when someone answered, he walked right past him and started talking with everyone else in the room." "How many people were there?" "About 8, other than me, and Joe knew all of them," he said. "The federal prosecutor, whose name is Tom, some U.S. Marshals, a few FBI officials, Eric and his colleague, this agent named Matt, another DEA agent, and Joe. Someone frisked me for weapons, sat me down, and started asking questions."
They easily could have just snatched them up, took off with them, right then and there. Done deal, we got one.
At this point, he'd settled down a little bit. I was trying my best to be calm, but I was terrified. "How did it start?" "I began when I was a kid. I talked about Junior, Adrian, and our dad. I went through everything, getting kidnapped in Chicago, leaving the country and building up our business from here and how it all works. I went from A to Z." "How did they react?" "Everyone except Joe sat there with their mouths open. Some female agent from Milwaukee was running the show." He paused. "Joe sat there with his feet kicked up on the end table half the time." I couldn't fucking believe it. My husband was about to rat out the cartels, and not only was a small-town agent running things, but our lawyer was acting like he was thinking about hitting the beach. Then again, he was a distinguished lawyer in the biggest, most dangerous case of his career. Maybe he actually did need a long vacation to deal with all of this.
Yeah, he was just doing his lawyer thing. He wasn't going to look shook to those feds as far as he was concerned, probably. Or he was so shook, he had to chill out. Regardless of who they're giving up, nobody's going to feel it the way Peter's going to feel it in there. Your life is on the line. Your family's life is on the line. Them, it's just another day in the office. Chapo's nothing but a big promotion for them if they do it right. So they're all there trying to see what they can get out this deal.
They kept asking about numbers, like they couldn't get how big we are. They couldn't comprehend the level we're on. He paused to hold me tighter and then started getting worked up again. They were asking about street dealers, for God's sake, and customers. They wanted to know about Chicago, not Mexico. I was sitting there saying, "I'll give you Chapo and Mayo," and they were like, "Tell us more about where your stash houses are." I was talking Submarines and Cartel members, and they were asking about all these little people.
It sounds like them. It sounds like their incompetence. He's giving you the biggest guy in the game, and you sitting here worried about Buddy 20 steps below him on the street somewhere.
Peter was usually so calm, but he could go from 0 to 10, with 10 being totally furious in seconds. He was at about an 8 right then. They're clueless. They have no idea what they're fucking doing. Can they handle this information? I'm about to give them Chapo, the most violent, dangerous, and powerful criminal in the world, plus everyone who's helped build his empire. This is bigger than Chicago. It's a global issue. It's fucking narco-terrorism. Yet they asked me to draw a diagram of who's on top in the cartels and where Junior and I fit in.
This is crazy.
He pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket. It was from one of those notepads you find next to a hotel bed with a ballpoint pen on top. Written in Peter's handwriting was this: Chapo, El Mayo, Peter, Jr., with lines connecting them. I was floored. Fuck. Yeah, right? All this time I thought they knew everything about us, that they were building this huge case against me and Junior and could grab us at any minute. And
Nope, that was federal First 48. As you can see from First 48, they don't never got nothing. There's always somebody that got to tell them something for them to have anything. I think they'll step over dollars for dimes. I don't know if they even wanted to play with them big boys. Like he said, they're asking about street level dealers on this side.
And they knew jack shit. They're in over their heads. I finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "You're going to do this my way. If you want information out of me, this is the way we have to do it." Did they agree? Yes, they had to. They have to. Everyone in that room understood how important informants are, and that a huge case like this doesn't just fall into their laps. I worry that they aren't grasping the complexity and how huge this case is going to be. I don't think they realize that we can dismantle everything, like the entire North American drug trade. We can bring in Chapo if we do this right.
Maybe they looked at it like these guys are feeding us pie in the sky. It's quite possible that they didn't believe them and they were like, these guys are selling us a dream. Tell us about something we can go get right now. Who's dude on the corner? We go get dude right now.
Olivia. Junior and Peter knew they could be the most important informants the feds had ever encountered. The work they were going to do wasn't just a matter of law and order. It was about changing their lives and the world around them. Yet right from the beginning, they knew they were taking a leap of faith, praying that everything would work out for the best. There were no promises, no sense of security, and absolutely no guidance. And, unfortunately, when they started to record, things didn't get much better.
On their own.
Recordings, raids, and seizures. Olivia, Junior and Peter's agreement with the feds was basically unheard of in the history of U.S. drug trafficking investigations. They'd tape all their conversations and phone calls, gather information and intelligence, facilitate massive seizures of drugs and money, and secure indictments and extraditions of the United States and Mexico's highest-ranking cartel members. If their workers unloaded a shipment of drugs in Chicago and Peter was on the line to supervise it, it went on.
Wants to get out of Dodge.
I felt a small pocket hop in the cartels and where Junior and I fit in.
This is crazy.
He pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket. It was from one of those notepads you find next to a hotel bed with a ballpoint pen on top. Written in Peter's handwriting was this: Chapo, El Mayo, Peter, Jr., with lines connecting them. I was floored. Fuck. Yeah, right? All this time I thought they knew everything about us, that they were building this huge case against me and Junior and could grab us at any minute.
Nope, that was federal First 48. As you can see from First 48, they don't never got nothing. There's always somebody that got to tell them something for them to have anything. I think they'll step over dollars for dimes. I don't know if they even wanted to play with them big boys. Like he said, they're asking about street-level dealers on this side.
And they knew jack shit. They're in over their heads. I finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "You're going to do this my way. If you want information out of me, this is the way we have to do it." Did they agree? Yes, they had to. They have to. Everyone in that room understood how important informants are, and that a huge case like this doesn't just fall into their laps. I worry that they aren't grasping the complexity and how huge this case is going to be. I don't think they realize that we can dismantle everything, like the entire North American drug trade. We can bring in Chapo if we do this right.
Maybe they looked at it like these guys are feeding us pie in the sky. It's quite possible that they didn't believe them and they were like, these guys are selling us a dream. Tell us about something we can go get right now. Who's dude on the corner? We go get dude right now.
Olivia. Junior and Peter knew they could be the most important informants the feds had ever encountered. The work they were going to do wasn't just a matter of law and order. It was about changing their lives and the world around them. Yet right from the beginning, they knew they were taking a leap of faith, praying that everything would work out for the best. There were no promises, no sense of security, and absolutely no guidance. And, unfortunately, when they started to record, things didn't get much better.
On their own.
Recordings, raids, and seizures. Olivia, Junior and Peter's agreement with the feds was basically unheard of in the history of U.S. drug trafficking investigations. They'd tape all their conversations and phone calls, gather information and intelligence, facilitate massive seizures of drugs and money, and secure indictments and extraditions of the United States and Mexico's highest-ranking cartel members. If their workers unloaded a shipment of drugs in Chicago and Peter was on the line to supervise it, it went on tape. If Peter arranged distribution to the wholesalers, it was recorded. If Junior negotiated prices for their loads, the DEA and U.S. attorneys were going to hear it.
Mia, who everyone really hoped to get, though, were the leaders of the Sinaloa cartel and the BLO. In 2008, there wasn't much direct criminal evidence against El Chapo, El Mayo, Alfredo Beltran, or any other member of the two cartels. Sure, there was a trail of clues that may or may not have led back to them, and a pile of bodies building up on either side of the cartel wars, but no one had the leaders on tape. In fact, there weren't any recent photos of Chapo, and even his appearance remained a mystery to the U.S. authorities. In order to get an indictment against him, they needed solid evidence that would prove that the heads of the Sinaloa cartel were actually involved in drug conspiracy in the United States, and especially in Chicago. That's what they were counting on Peter and Junior for.
Olivia. In exchange for all the information Junior and Peter gathered and turned in, they'd receive leniency when it came to their crimes. But as with everything involved in their cooperation, there were no promises. They might get 5 years or they might get 30. In fact, the specifics weren't even discussed during their conversations with the lawyers or the agents. They couldn't be because the ultimate sentencing decision, which might not happen for years, was up to a federal judge.
Mia. The guidance they received about recording was just as unclear. If you think the feds came into our houses and put secret cameras in our walls or microphones in our ink pens like in a James Bond movie, you're
None of that.
dead wrong. Peter and Junior had the opportunity to unravel the entire North American drug trade, but they didn't even have the necessary equipment. They had to buy their own recorders at places like Radio Shack. They'd fill up a few recorders a week, upload the conversations onto USB drives, then hand them over to the agents. Worse than that, the government couldn't be responsible for their lives, so they wouldn't advise them on what they were supposed to say when they recorded. Everything they did or said was at their own risk.
Olivia. Junior and Peter worked with the DEA's and U.S. Attorney's offices in Chicago. All information came from Chicago, and all reporting went back to them. There were government officials, such as the DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and Homeland Security stationed in Guadalajara, but those agents had no jurisdiction in Mexico, so they were powerless. The cartels could run right over them if they wanted to. In fact, it seemed like anyone might be able to. In our part of Guadalajara, we used to see them around, just out and about like sitting ducks. They weren't hard to miss. They looked like American tourists and drove around in cars with diplomat plates. One used to work out at Junior's gym, and when Junior would walk in, he'd just smile and nod at him. There was no reason to be scared. Junior was protected by the cartels, and there was nothing some random Fed could do about it. On a few occasions after they started cooperating, Junior and Peter were debriefed and questioned at random hotels or hidden side streets. But the agents just fed information up the pipeline to Chicago. They'd tell Peter and Junior what was happening in Mexico, though. One time, they revealed to my husband and brother-in-law that an informant had just been killed. Believe me, that scared the shit out of all of us.
Mia. Another big problem was that the Chicago office was making things up as they went along. Or at least that's how we felt.
I bet they were.
There had been cartel bosses that had cooperated in the past, but after the fact, once they were captured and sent to prison, there hadn't been any on the streets and in the mountains federal informants on Peter and Junior's scale in anyone's lifetime, and especially not ratting out the heads of the cartels. Our husbands had reached the peak of the drug trade, and because of that, the DEA's office had no idea what kind of information they'd be getting from them. It wasn't like they could prepare Junior and Peter, or even guide them.
Olivia. Even as anxious and unsatisfied as they were, Junior and Peter felt a huge sense of responsibility when it came to the agents they were working with. Undercover agents stationed in Guadalajara were putting their lives in our husbands' hands, and if the cartels found out who they were, they'd be executed on the spot.
Think about that. These guys are sitting here trying to survive this whole war between these cartels. The United States government is doing nothing to protect them in the sense of helping them do this and none of this, but they're worried about putting agents in dangerous situations, agents that are supposed to be there to help them.
Because of that, Junior and Peter were amazed at the degree of bravery and integrity these guys possessed. They were doing the right things for the right reasons, and by ensuring their safety, our husbands were finding hidden depths in their own integrity.
Mia. Peter got hundreds and hundreds of phone calls on his burner phones every day, and he recorded each one. He figured it would just be easier to stay home, where he always had his recording devices set up, and could use his two-way earbud in private. Outside, it was much more dangerous. What if he was out on the street, got a call, and had to put his earbud in and turn the recorder on? Somebody would see that, and he'd be dead. At home, he kept his earpiece in when he was on calls, or if people were around, he'd take it out and hide it. He stashed it in drawers, next to the TV, or anywhere else that no one could see. Even though the government told him explicitly not to record in person, he had to sometimes. I remember him hiding the cord in the back of a book, with the bud sticking out from the pages. When he met with people in his office, he'd try to position himself as close as possible to the bookshelf, with them sitting nearby, so he could be sure every word they said got on tape. The whole thing made me a nervous wreck, and I did everything I could to make his days better.
That was a full-on undercover situation. They was basically the coldest undercover cops that ever existed at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what they were. Deep undercover with no help, off the books type shit.
Less stressful. Then, anytime anyone came over, I'd spend half an hour running around making sure the recorders were hidden. After they'd arrive, I'd try to figure out what to do with myself. I'd tell Peter, I don't know what to do when people are here and you're recording. What if they can read my face and body language and know I'm hiding something? Relax, Peter would say. Just try not to be around. So I'd go in the other room and pretend to be busy, all the time worrying that the battery on the recorder would run down and start beeping. I just didn't want us to die. It was as simple as that. I didn't want to be tortured or have my baby gutted out of me.
Yeah, I'm sure you didn't. That sounds rather reasonable.
And I knew that was a real possibility if we got caught.
Olivia. Many of the calls Peter and Junior made were to their associates in Chicago, making sure that the shipments were arriving where they needed to be on time. They had to keep their business moving along, yet no one could know they were undercover. So they were constantly hitting the feds with information like, there's a load in LA, or there's a stash house in this neighborhood in Chicago. Then the feds would swoop in and bust those locations,
That's it. They
seizing the
just show
drugs and arrest.
They had to do nothing else. All they had to do was show up. They got all the information handed right to them. All they had to do was show up. And you would think they'd walk around less cocky. They act like they did it all.
Then the feds would swoop in and bust those locations, seizing the drugs and arresting everyone. Little by little, everyone they were working with in the United States was going to get hauled in.
Mia. The first seizure was one of the most stressful things they'd ever been through. On August 9th, 2008, Junior and Peter were expecting a load from a line they'd been working in Mexicali. This shipment in particular was 250 kilos, which was about the norm. The load had made its way through a network of tunnels, crossed the border, was placed on tractor trailers, and was en route to Chicago with a precise pickup time of 6 a.m. Saturday. As always, Junior and Peter had done a dry run before the shipment hit the road, so everything was running like clockwork. They had the fastest routes picked out and knew the best ways to avoid taking too many streets. They'd planned to stick to highways and busy roads so that the trucks would just blend in.
Olivia. Peter had given the feds the exact address of the warehouse in Melrose Park, outside of Chicago, walking them through the location using Google Earth so they knew exactly where to park without anyone noticing them. The night before, Eric and Matt went there and staked the place out. Then, they set up an undercover DEA agent to receive the load, called a controlled delivery, explaining to their workers that there was this new guy there for pickup. Peter called the coordinator who was in charge of the shipment to Chicago and started speaking in code. "Is Pancho there?" he asked in Spanish. "On behalf of whom?" asked the coordinator. "On behalf of Donald Trump." He'd cracked the combination. Things were ready to move.
Mia. After he hung up, Peter was a wreck. We had this little white Maltese named Gigi, who was his baby. That dog followed him everywhere, and I swear if he had to choose between me or the dog, he would have chosen her, for sure. The entire night before the raid, Peter kept walking back and forth to his computer, checking Google Earth to see which streets the agents could park on. Gigi hung right at his heels, her tiny pink-painted toenails clacking on the floor. As I struggled to fall asleep that night, thinking about the choices he and Junior had made and how exhausted Peter was by this life, all I could hear were those toenails back and forth on the hardwood.
Olivia. The next morning, the workers were in place, ready to receive the load. The feds were on the ground, and Peter, Junior, Mia, and I were up bright and early, stationed near the phone. Eric finally called. The truck just pulled in. We're ready to go. Hours later, when Eric rang and said that they'd taken down the truck and confiscated the kilos, Peter called Olivares, Chapo's right-hand man, to let him know that the load had been caught. Well, whatever, Olivares said.
Bro, that's a dangerous game. You getting those loads caught, and you gotta hit up Buddy whose load it is and tell them they got caught. It's crazy.
And when they got seized, they lost the 10% that they'd paid up front. Junior and Peter personally paid back $5 million on their first seizure alone. And at the same time, their workers and associates in Chicago, LA, and every other city where they did business were getting arrested. These were people they'd known all their lives, men and women they loved. They felt guilty. We all did.
Should have.
There was danger on every corner, too. Not just to them and to us, but to everyone they were even remotely connected to. After they repaid Olivares for a seized 250-kilo shipment, he confronted Junior and Peter because too many loads were falling, one after another.
That's why I blame the government. You didn't protect them. All you had to do was let them keep their operation going. They had been making money for how many years already? And you worried about one more year of them making money? You could come back for that bread later. You just don't want to get caught in public with your pants down with drug dealers working for you, because that's what y'all did before with the Contras. All they had to do was let them keep working. Now they got them giving up the shipment, giving up the money, and then paying off the debt to the cartel boss out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? You putting them under mad heat. You want this case, or you want them all done for and out of there? That's the choices that they were at. And the U.S. was like, I don't know, whatever happens first, whatever works. Like, y'all tweaked. You should have just let them work, business as usual. You would have got everything you needed.
I think it was the trucker who ratted you out. It was his first run. We don't know him, and it's suspicious that the feds let him go. Peter said, No, I checked him out. He's not a snitch. Peter and Junior kept arguing and eventually saved the driver's life, but it planted a particular kind of terror in their minds. Even with just the smallest bit of suspicion from the cartels, with just the tiniest shred of doubt about their honesty, the cartels wouldn't hesitate to have them killed.
It's going down. These boys is on the wire already. They're hung out to dry, and they're doing it all on their own with their wives, and that's pretty much it right there. They're feeling the guilt, feeling the pressure, feeling the stress, all of the above. More of the pressure cooker that they've been in since they've been in the game. Very tense situation. They out there on their own playing undercover, and every single minute their life is on the line, every word they say. All it takes is one of those bosses to just wake up on the wrong side of the bed for them to say, you know what? These guys ain't on the level lately. In a world where your data is the product, best move is to disappear. That's why I use NordVPN. Military-grade encryption, blazing fast servers, and access to content blocked in my region. Whether you're streaming, working, or just browsing, NordVPN makes sure that you're anonymous and safe. Go to nordvpn.com/ILL or click the link in the description for huge discounts. Lock your privacy in before someone locks you out. Chapter 23, Cartel Wives.
The countdown to the end. Olivia. During the summer and fall of 2008, nothing in our lives was certain. I was super pregnant and taking care of Brandon. Junior and Peter were recording as much as they could, and with every call, they were positive their world was about to come crashing down. They knew their cooperation couldn't go on forever, yet there was no end date, no exit strategy, no direction, and in their minds, no plan in place. They were just hanging by a thread trying to stay alive, and sooner or later, after dozens of raids and millions of dollars of lost revenue, their money was going to run out. If they couldn't repay the cartels, their days were numbered. That's why, early that fall, they did what they felt they had to do in order to make a payment. They shipped a load of 276 kilos into Chicago without reporting it to the feds.
Dang.
Honestly, They were worried that the U.S. government wasn't going to ensure that the cartels didn't come after them or us. So while they knew not disclosing the sale was wrong, they felt they had no choice. They
Hey,
were responsible for keeping their family alive.
when you're in a position and they're giving you no choice, they're giving you no help, you're running out of money to pay these people, you're running out of work to give to the feds. Guess what? Y'all don't want to listen to me? I know what's going to happen to me if I don't get this done right. I'm leaving you out of it. Was it wrong? Morally? Morality missed me with the morality bit. Was it right strategy-wise? You're damn right. I would have ran 5, 6, operations under their nose. Evidently, they were phoning it in. They weren't paying enough attention anyway. The feds weren't paying enough attention to them anyway. They didn't want to help them. They didn't want to do shit. Guess what? I'm getting paid. I'm making sure that I ain't looking crazy to these bosses. And that's what they did.
Mia. It wasn't just their phone conversations that left them exposed. That summer and fall, they were frequently called into the mountains by Chapo. There, they had to look him in the eyes, knowing they were betraying him. One mountaintop meeting was especially rough. As Peter and Junior sat at Chapo's table with his top lieutenants, discussing business as usual, Chapo spoke up. "Everyone leave. All of you but the Flores brothers." There was an army of men in the palapa, and one by one, each of them stood up and filed out the door. Knowing that Chapo was all too aware that their loads kept getting seized by the feds, Peter and Junior were terrified. There had always been a silent language between them, a way they could communicate just by looking at each other. But they couldn't do that here. Chapo was watching them, dead serious. They thought the worst. The boss had found out they were snitches, and they were about to die. "I know everything you do," Chapo said. Junior and Peter looked around and saw guns on the table and ammo hanging on the walls. "I know who you work with and how you make every dollar."
Do you?
Junior breathed in, slowly. He had no idea where Chapo was going, but not talking would look suspicious. "Yes," he responded, "and we hope it's benefiting you. Right, senor?" Chapo paused, and you could have heard a pin drop in the room. Finally, he smiled. Yes, I have your backs 1,000%. Then he got serious. "I know you're businessmen, but I need to say this. From now on, you are only to work with us, not my enemies.
There it is.
Let this be your first and final warning."
Actually, not their first one. But wait, which side was Musico on? Musico might have been on the other side. They warned them too. Make up your mind, bro. Pick a side. Hop your ass up off the fence. We're not playing this fence shit no more. Y'all accidentally be talking about missions and shit to each other. Pick a side. Get it together.
Peter was so relieved that someone hadn't come in the room and shot him and his brother in the back of their heads, but he put his game face on. "I understand, but we need to make money." Chapo interrupted. "And I'm happy you make money. You're good at it, too. If you were triplets, you'd be the richest people on Earth.
But you're going to make money for us. Don't be making money for them.
Understand me. I need you on my side." So this wasn't about Peter and Junior being informants. It was about them being caught between the cartels. It wasn't the last breath they'd take after all. Chapo had simply put them on notice.
Olivia. That September was such an emotional time for me and Junior. We were so excited about having our second baby, and yet every time their customers and Chapo's associates called, Junior wired up, ready to record, and we instantly became terrified. Still, I knew what Junior and Peter were doing was for the best, and that gave me some peace. We weren't chasing the cartel life anymore. We were chasing what my parents had. Despite the fact that my husband was going to go to prison, this was going to give our children the simplicity I always wanted.
Two different worlds right there. They fighting for what their parents had. Their parents never had that cartel life. Them parents had that straight edge life, trying to do something better.
We were on our way to creating a new story for them, and I felt deep down it was one that would someday have a happy ending. Early one morning that month, Junior and I left Brandon with me and Peter at our house and drove to the hospital before the sun came up. After I checked myself in and got into a room, Junior and I held hands and couldn't stop looking at each other. I don't know what it is, but knowing you're bringing a baby into this world is the warmest, most loving feeling you can ever have. I felt like I was living a dream. The moment that the doctors laid our beautiful son, Benjamin, on my chest, it literally took my breath away. As he wiggled on my body, I felt safe and protected, like I always had with Junior. A warmth washed over me that was so calm and peaceful, and I wanted to hold on to that moment forever.
Mia. It was back to business almost immediately. Peter and Junior kept recording. They kept seeing their loads get seized, and through it all, we feared that every day could be our last in Mexico. When Chapo summoned Peter and Junior up to the mountains in October, saying he had an incredibly important meeting, they really believed it was do-or-die time. If the feds couldn't catch Chapo at that meeting, was their cooperation even worth it?
I don't know if it was worth it all the way around the table. Again, except for keeping them and their family alive. Because damn if they ain't get their ass kicked over it.
Olivia. When Chapo called a group of his people together, it was always a big deal. But this one promised to be bigger. Mayo, Olivares, Vicente, and 100 of his top lieutenants would be there, together, in one room for the first time ever. I think you should stay behind, Junior said to Peter. If someone there finds out we're informants, they'll kill both of us.
Mia. The truth was that most of the time, Junior went to the mountains alone because Peter needed to stay with the phones. Meetings with Chapo lasted all day and were drawn out, so someone needed to be at home running the day-in, day-out operations. This time, however, they prayed Chapo wouldn't call attention to Peter's absence. It was such a big meeting, and Chapo had asked them both to come, but they hoped to hell no one would think things were off.
Especially if he asked. If he asked specifically, I need both of y'all this time, and you send one, sounds like a problem.
I'll stay, Junior, agreed Peter. But just, please, be safe.
Olivia. Junior called Eric and the DEA's office beforehand. Eric, everyone's flying in. 100 cartel members are expected to be there.
Shit.
I can tell you the exact coordinates of where the meeting is. All of these people have never been in the same room together, and this is your chance to get them all. This only happens once in a lifetime, and I'll even take an agent with me.
Damn.
But Eric refused. It doesn't work like that, Junior.
That's crazy, fucking nuts, balls, audacity, all of that shit at the same time. Like, bro, he's gonna have 100 soldiers there. I'm not taking my brother, but I'll take an agent if you want me to. Like, bro, that's risking it all.
Junior, I can't risk any of my agents. Then give me a wire or a camera. I can't take that risk, even with you. Junior was getting frustrated. Peter and I will gift Chapo a plane. We just need you to install a GPS tracker on it. Chapo trusts us so much, there's no way in hell he'll have it searched. I'm sorry, Junior, Eric answered. It doesn't work that way.
I wonder if that would have been a true statement. Me, I don't care who I trust. I ain't worried about the twins. Cool, I'm worried about whoever, the plane dealer that sold them the plane putting a bug on here. I'm checking for everything. I'm not sitting around waiting for somebody I trust to be the okie doke in a plot against me. Somebody that didn't see it coming. They didn't see it coming, so now I'm paying for it? No.
Mia, Peter got so upset when he heard what Eric had said. What's the point of recording if we're giving them Chapo's exact location? He yelled. I don't understand why they just don't go get him. But that was the nature of the game. Record, wait, conduct business as usual, put on a brave face, and record more.
Olivia. Like he'd done more times than he could count, Junior hopped on a tiny plane in Culiacan and less than an hour later landed uphill in the mountains, the plane kicking up dust all around him. He followed the same path with the same people, probably rode in the same Jeep. But when he got there, Chapo looked disappointed. "Where's your brother?"
Boy, you disappointed him. You end up stuck to a tree out there.
he said. Junior laughed it off. "We can't both be here. Who's going to take care of business and get you paid if we're both stuck in the mountains?" Chapo started laughing too, but Junior wondered if it was genuine.
Mia.
Is Junior wondering if it's genuine just because he knows he has his own paranoia, because he knows he's ratting them out, right? Or did Junior see something in the way he laughed that looks like he's fake laughing or something? It doesn't seem authentic. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us, man.
All the while, their loads kept getting seized. They'd always pay the cartels back, but after a while, it started to look suspicious.
Olivia. Felipe Cabrera Sarabia was one of Chapo's top lieutenants. That fall, during one particularly big seizure early one morning, Felipe called Peter, unprompted. "Someone's tailing my driver," he said. "What's going on? Are you rats?" "You've got to be kidding," Peter said, then talked him down and brushed it off more. He put Felipe at ease, but not himself. He was so freaked out, he ran into our house at probably 6 a.m. and woke Junior up. When I saw the look on his face, I knew it was serious. Junior, Peter said. "Something's wrong. Felipe Sarabia's onto us."
And here's the thing, nothing's wrong. It's just that people are realizing something's wrong. You know what I mean? The United States government is not allowing you any cover. And these dudes is out there like, man, why these dudes keep getting hit? Why do I have to keep paying for their problems, you know? It's a lot of problems lately with these twins. That's a lot of pressure, man. Also said, fact of the matter is, the USA is the biggest consumer of all drugs, and the prison system is a big money business in the USA. Say it again for the motherfucker in the back. Fact of the matter is, the USA is the biggest consumer of all drugs, and the prison system is a big money business in the US of A. This is America. Absolutely. America's a crackhead. Yeah, we just consume. And the sentiment from a lot of people outside of the US is, if you Americans can control your drug habits, we wouldn't be going through this. To me, there's always an origin story. For any problem, most of the time we don't look at the origin story to see what went wrong, why it went wrong, and how to fix it. We just take it as a given. It is what it is. Some Yahoo American right now talking about how them Mexicans ruin the south side of Chicago, but they won't at all be accountable for whatever part they had in this whole situation, you know? Military industrial complex, the prison industrial complex, the war on drugs, the joke that is the war on drugs. You didn't damper nothing. You didn't stop no shipments from coming through by locking up anybody or by unaliving anybody. Nothing has changed. The drugs have gotten harder and more dangerous. Again, crackhead live 30, 40, 50 years unbothered. Cokehead, go till his heart stop. But then it gets worse. Then it gets dope. Then it's this. Then it's that. Next thing you know, it's something that if you're within 5 feet of it, it knock you over, you drop dead. Like what? The war on drugs didn't do nothing. And as long as they get federal subsidies in these prisons per bed, dirtbags like Joe Arpaio win in this morality war. When they got more skeletons in their closet than a mother.
"The feds are all over his driver. He accused us of being rats." "Let me call Eric," Junior said. Junior called the DEA agent and woke him up. He started yelling so loudly that Benjamin began crying. As I held my baby in my arms and gave him a bottle, I could hear my husband screaming. "You're going to get us killed! How can you leave us out in the open like this? Tell your agents to back off because you could have blown everything. I'm here in Guadalajara like a sitting duck. I have my family and a newborn baby, for God's sake, and Peter's wife is pregnant. Don't you know the cartels could come kill our whole fucking family?" Eric couldn't really say a thing. After all, he knew Junior was right. He and Peter had everything to lose, and the DEA had everything to gain.
Mia. Unfortunately, though, Peter and Junior still didn't have Chapo on tape. Through all their meetings with him that summer and early fall, they'd never recorded him saying anything that was incriminating. On November 15th, 2008, when I was so pregnant I couldn't see my toes, all that changed.
Olivia. 2 weeks before their baby was due, Mia and Peter walked over to our house. Just like he always did, Peter had his recorder in his pocket.
Mia. Everything seemed normal. Junior had some friends and associates over, and we were all planning to sit down outside and have dinner. A few people commented about my big belly, but in a cute way. Peter kept looking over at me and smiling. "My beautiful pregnant wife," he'd say, and I'd squeeze his hand under the table. After dinner, Peter spoke up. "I have to call Chapo," he said, then pushed back his chair and headed inside and up the stairs. He returned not 2 minutes later.
Olivia. I saw Peter motion to Junior, who was right next to me. Then he came up to us and whispered, "I just missed Chapo." "Let's go upstairs," said Junior. They turned, walked away from everyone, and escaped up to the bedroom.
They wildin'. It's people in the house while they doing this. I thought they were all by their lonesome. I don't remember how it was framed in the Surviving El Chapo podcast, but I didn't realize they had a house full of people. So they missed the call from him, and now they're going to hit him back. Or wait for the call, I guess, again.
Mia. Olivia and I knew what was about to happen. Junior and Peter had told us that night they were going to get Chapo on tape. So when they went upstairs, we moved inside too and situated ourselves on the couch. We couldn't talk much. There were too many people around. But we were both thinking the same thing. If Junior and Peter get this recording, they won't have to spend a lot of time in jail. The government's going to be so grateful they may actually pardon them. After what we've been through, it's the least they can do for us.
Yeah, pie in the sky right there, because no leniency, no none of that. You're lucky we're letting you live. You're lucky we're not letting them eat you alive. Vic said, crazy how after all these years, they still paying the price. Facts. Oh, maybe they'll give them, some kind of leniency or clemency or immunity or none of that shit. They figured Sammy is implicated in 19 murders. He gets off. After 5 years, he gets out of jail. Oh, we ain't got no bodies. We'll be just fine. Nah, man.
Of course, it was all wishful thinking.
Attitude?
And when Peter and Junior came back downstairs, the looks on their faces made any happy thoughts go away.
Olivia. Peter was holding the recorder in his hands like his life depended on it. He looked like something was horribly wrong, like he'd just seen a ghost. "What's wrong?" I asked. "We got it," Peter said. Junior added, "I think we've nailed Chapo." In the home I'd built with the love of my life, and only 6 weeks before carried our newborn baby into, I suddenly knew there was no turning back. My family was about to be torn apart.
There was no turning back a long time ago. The moment the decision was made, that's when there was no turning back. The moment you made the first move and reached out to Joe, the lawyer, there was no turning back right then and there. There's receipts. It was on record at that point.
Mia. Peter had called Chapo back and he'd answered. "Hola, amigo," Chapo said happily. "How is your brother?" Over the course of only a few minutes, Peter negotiated the price of a 20-kilo shipment of heroin down from $55,000 per kilo to $50,000. It was business as usual, and in fact, it was warm and friendly.
Olivia. But with that one call, the countdown to the end was over. Chapo had incriminated himself, and the United States had officially netted the biggest drug dealer in history.
Treated.
It was time to bring Junior and Peter home.
That was chapter 23, good chapter. We got to the phone call. They got a house full of people. They missed the call. They called him back. Hola, amigo. Get to that. It was already signed, sealed, and delivered that was going to be no turning back after that. The pressure that, who knows that I just got this call on this old man. Just the paranoia in itself. Oh, man, you'd be spooked all fucking day long. Because you're still in Mexico. You still got, the same guys watching you. The same guys overseeing you. Like, shit. Chapter 24, Cartel Wives.
Surrendering. Mia. About 2 weeks before my due date, and days before Peter got Chapo on tape, I started to have a bad feeling in my gut. Something was telling me that Peter and Junior's cooperation was going to end soon, and that they'd be taken away. At a time when I had so little control over anything in my life, and when the stress was becoming almost too much, I needed some peace. I wanted Peter to spend as much time with the baby as he could, so I told him we should schedule a C-section as soon as possible. "Pay the doctors more if you have to," I said. "I just need to have this baby early."
Damn.
Thankfully, the doctors were fine with it.
Made to order baby, boy. Hey, can we speed up this process here? Huh? Hurry your ass up. Let's get this baby popping.
When we checked into the hospital, I was a bundle of emotions. So scared of childbirth, but so excited about being a mom. I'd never wanted anything so badly in my life. After we ate dinner together, Peter helped me take a shower and we made love. Then I got in my hospital bed and he set up his bed on the couch. We started to talk and joke about all the memories we'd made together over the last decade, remembering everything from the first time we laid eyes on each other as teenagers to the day he fell to his knees on the beach and asked me to marry him. We talked about how excited we were to bring our baby girl in the world, and I said how proud I was of him for sacrificing his freedom for our family. Peter told me that I'd grown into a beautiful woman, one he was privileged to be married to, and one he was so grateful was about to be a mother for the very first time. "I never could have done this if I didn't have you by my side," he said. Every now and then Peter's phone would ring. He'd put in his earbud, press record, and answer the call. When he hung up, we'd start talking and laughing again. Finally, I dozed off. Then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the phone ringing. "Please, baby," I said, "don't answer it. We need rest." "Okay," he said, and he willingly let the phone go to voicemail.
That'd be the most important phone call of your life. That would drive me nuts. I'd be like, man, I needed that phone call. I don't know who it was. I don't know what happened.
For the first time in his life. "Get off that couch and come to bed with me," I added with a smile. He crawled into my hospital bed and didn't answer a single call till the next day, after our daughter, Bella, was born. When they wheeled me into the recovery room, I looked around and couldn't find Peter. Junior and Olivia were there, though. "Where's Peter?" I asked. "He's in the nursery, just staring at the baby," Olivia said. For the next 11 days, I don't think he left her side once.
Olivia. For almost 2 weeks, we did our best to keep on living just like we always had. The prosecutor, Tom, and the feds were in a panic about the possibility that their star witnesses might be murdered by the cartels.
Bro, how you in a panic? If you're in a panic, send a plane. To not just get the boys, to get everybody. But they didn't do that. They make the call, they say, all right, we want to flip on dude. They spend 7 to 9 months turning things over, flipping things on their heads, getting Chapo on tape, all of this. They finally get him on tape. Now it's 2 weeks. That tape is out there in the world, and they don't know if somebody knows, somebody don't know. One of those people paid by Chapo out there, in one of those offices, getting the information on them, coming to get them. That's another 2 weeks right there. Like, man, do my security know that I did this? Somebody coming to get us as we speak. Only for them to come for the twins and leave everybody else behind.
Something we didn't know at the time. And on top of that, Junior and Peter owed at least $15 million to Puerca. But we tried to stay calm.
$15 million receipt. Like, if they would have kept the business as usual, they wouldn't have owed nobody and they would have had free reign of getting all the information that the government needed, but the government rather play this we are innocent, we do not let drug dealers sell drugs on our watch while they work for us, even if they're working for us and we're using that money to buy weapons for wars in other places. Shh. We don't talk about that kind of stuff. Like, come on, man.
On Thanksgiving, I cooked a massive, picture-perfect dinner. Thanksgiving isn't celebrated in Mexico, but in my house, it was. Our friends and associates were always so amazed by how we did things, and that Thanksgiving, I made sure everything was bigger and better than ever. We had 4 huge birds, and every side you can imagine. I set the table with white linens and put flowers and candles everywhere. Our babies were so tiny, but they still filled the house with warmth. Brandon was loving every single second, too, because everyone spoiled him with attention. I remember Junior looking at me in the middle of all of it, and I knew what he was thinking. The same thing was going through my mind. This may be our last holiday together. I just wish to hell we could freeze this moment forever. Of course, we couldn't.
Absolutely not.
Mia. Junior and Peter didn't just owe Puerca money. They were also running a huge debt to Sinaloa, somewhere over $40 million.
Damn!
The DEA was about to search and seize a few of their warehouses in LA.
You're burning the bridge for every time they give you something. You're burning the bridge, you're shutting it all down, how can you go out there and ask them to do more for you? You're burning up my bridges to do anything for you. You okay with it? 40 million plus another 15 million, plus people are starting to notice it's one too many raids and loads getting hit. We're not used to this. Something strange around here. That's y'all fault. Like, if something bad would have happened to them, that would have been the fault of the United States government.
And the feds were concerned that Chapo would be onto them any minute. If that happened, our heads were going to get separated from our bodies. All that's why, 3 days after Thanksgiving, on Sunday, November 30th, our world changed.
At this point, it's only natural that it would start raising eyebrows. So it was at that point, that's why they said they had to make their move before that LA thing, because that LA thing would have took them eyebrows from being raised to the hammers being raised and all hell breaking loose. They've reached the point of diminishing returns. I can't give you no more without them knowing what's going on. And, so it might be a matter of luck, yeah, because nobody wanted to help them to that moment, and that moment has arrived, bro. Where there's no more, you can't give away no more loads without it giving yourself away and blowing your cover.
Olivia. Sunday had always been our day to relax and watch TV, just sitting around our house. We always had people cooking and cleaning
Ain't no relax right now.
for us, but on Sundays, we didn't want anybody around because it was family day. I'd get up and cook breakfast, then later Junior would make lunch. At night, Junior and I would cook dinner together, and Mia and Peter would come over. Now that we had these little angels, we'd put them next to each other in their bassinets while we ate. In the morning, all Junior wanted to do was be with Benjamin. He'd rock him, give him his bottle, and just sit there, looking at him. That Sunday, he was holding him like he always did when his phone rang. He answered, listened for a little while, and finally said, "I see. Yes. Okay. I understand." Then he closed the phone and brought the baby to me. He was dead serious. "We have to turn ourselves in." I fucking flipped out. "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" "We have to report to Guadalajara International Airport in 2 hours. You're going to have to pack up the babies and get out of the country now." "With you?" "No, with Mia. They're taking me and my brother back to the United States. If anyone comes here and finds out we're gone, they're going to kill you. Liv, I need you to take our babies and leave. There's so much money at stake. We owe so much." Junior turned away from me and started packing up. "I have to call Peter." I was in disbelief. But not just because I was about to lose my husband. I realized right then, I may also lose my life. But if there was anything I'd learned in my years, from battling my way out of an abusive marriage, to keeping my head on straight in jail, to escaping from a kidnapping by the skin of my teeth, it's that I could never, ever stop fighting for myself and my family.
The will to survive.
We're U.S. citizens, I screamed. How could they just leave us here to die? Junior grabbed me. Listen to me.
Ain't no time to talk about this shit right now. Start getting your shit together. Let's go. We can't be asking about this American citizen. Ain't no getting out of it. Load up. Let's go.
I need you to be strong, Liv. You have to keep our family safe. You know how to get to the border. I need you to grab only what you need and go. If they find you, Liv, they're going to kill you, Mia, and our babies. I knew, right then, my babies needed me. Mia needed me. I had to get us out of Mexico.
Mia. Bella was so tiny, just a totally innocent little thing when Junior called that Sunday morning and told Peter they had 2 hours to get to the Guadalajara airport. I was busy throwing a few outfits and a toothbrush into a bag for Peter and tossing bottles into my diaper bag. Then I stopped and looked around. There was my husband, on the edge of the bed, cradling the baby. He was holding her tight in his arms, staring at her and talking to her softly. She was looking back at him, her eyes barely open. It was like she believed as much as he did that they had to hold on to this one moment for as long as possible. The phone ringing broke the silence in the room. It was Junior on the other end of the line. "We'll be right over," Peter said, putting the baby on the bed. "Mia's just packing up. You should call Adrian, too. He'll need to drive us to the airport." I walked over to him and sat down. "I don't think I can do this. You can't go." "Baby, I have to." Peter pulled me to him, and for another moment we just sat there, the three of us. We'd finally moved into our dream home. It was our sanctuary, where we could escape all the madness, and Peter's favorite room was the nursery. When we finally stood up and started walking, Peter stopped outside the nursery and just stared into it. He loved that room. He'd spent days and days making it perfect for Bella. He's saying goodbye, I thought, and I'm going to have to accept that I am too. I just hope that one day Bella knows that she's the reason her father wanted to change his life. Then we both turned and headed toward Olivia and Junior's house next door.
Olivia.
Mind you, they had to do this, I guess, as quiet as possible. If you recall in the Surviving El Chapo podcast, they framed it as an argument that one of the brothers was leaving the wife, and it's just crazy to think about. Let's see how they frame it in this book.
Mia and Peter came in with the baby, looking like they'd just come back from a funeral. They were moving in slow motion, holding hands, and generally looking awful, which is how we all felt. I watched Mia sit down slowly on the couch and take the baby from Peter, then stare off into space. How the hell is she so calm? I thought. After the feds had called, I'd sprung into non-stop action. I'd been running around the house like a freaking tornado, checking for papers or anything that had our information on it.
No time for nostalgia, no time for thinking of the choices that were made or what the future has to offer. Ain't no future y'all don't get out of there right now.
I'd been yelling orders. We have to get everything out of here. There can't be any sign of us. Get rid of everything. I had a stack of magazines with our names and Chicago address on them in one hand and a pile of papers in the other. I ran to the garbage and ripped them up, then grabbed a garbage bag and headed over to the walls to get the framed wedding and family photos that were hanging on them. I threw the garbage bag at Junior and screamed at him, "Take that out to the car!" We had video cameras scattered around.
To the car? What you gonna do, take it with you? Set that shit on fire. Put a tub out there, set it all on fire.
And our house for security. I ran through every single damn room and pulled down each and every one, then headed outside and got up on a ladder to pull down the cameras that were hanging near the entrances. I hardly thought about those cameras most of the time. We'd lived with them for so long that I forgot they even existed. But at that moment, they were the most important thing in my world. I had to get rid of them. When all that was done, I started looking for my baby's birth certificates. There was no way we were getting across the border if I couldn't prove that they were my children. Benjamin was so little he didn't have documentation of his dual citizenship, so getting his paperwork together was pretty much a life or death situation. I went through every drawer in our house, and finally I found the papers. Why weren't we prepared for this?
Boom. There it is. It was a big complaint for me in season 1 of Surviving El Chapo podcast. Y'all knew that this day would come, and you're scrambling right now. They explained it as, man, we put that out of our mind and dealt with the tasks at hand. Well, now there's a big task at hand, is get out of Dodge. I wonder if there was a thought, hey, the government's going to get us all out of here together, or, if there wasn't at all.
I kept asking myself. I suppose we thought we'd have a few more months, maybe years. Or maybe we were in denial, thinking we could all be together forever.
And there it is. That's what they said at the beginning. It was like, that's what I called it, denial. Put it out of our heads and, deal with the task at hand, I guess. I don't know. Could have cost y'all everything. Everything that you were cooperating for.
The truth was we'd known nothing. No clue how much more they'd need to record. No idea of whether or not what they'd gathered was useful. And no idea fucking Rambo was at our back door ready to kidnap us. We'd had no protection, no feedback, no nothing. And now, we had no instructions about how to get the hell out of our house and make it to the border without being killed.
Mia. I remember just sitting there on Olivia and Junior's sofa, holding Bella in one arm and her diaper bag in the other. Olivia was running around from room to room looking like a crazy woman, pulling photos off the wall and throwing pieces of paper into garbage bags. I wanted to help her, to do something, but I was just too lost. My in-laws, who Peter and Junior had told about their plans a few months back,
can't be lost, man. You lose it all.
Had just come over. While my father-in-law looked disgusted, my mother-in-law was crying her eyes out. I didn't even think she noticed me, but days later she told me, "When I saw you on that sofa holding Bella, I don't think I've ever seen you look so small." I'm tiny, 100 pounds most of the time, but that morning I felt like I'd shrunk. My head wasn't on straight, and I couldn't even move. How am I going to go through life without Peter? I kept thinking. I can hardly sleep without him beside me. Peter approached me, took Bella from my arms and removed her changing pad and a diaper from my bag. "I've got her," he said. Then he placed her gently on the sofa, cradling her little head and neck, and changed her diaper. "Here you go," he said, as he passed her back to me. I watched as he walked to the kitchen to make her one last bottle. When he came back, he handed the bottle to me, leaned down and kissed me. "What is it?" I asked. He looked so serious. "Mia, it's time," he answered. Then I watched the man I love do the absolute hardest thing he'd ever done in his life.
We out of here.
Turn and start to walk away from his family. Even though my heart was breaking, I remember thinking, I've never been more proud of him.
Olivia. I'd been racing through the house for the last hour, but I'd made a point of putting Brandon in his room with some toys. He didn't need to see his mom breaking down. I was frantically crying and couldn't believe that Junior had to leave us. Junior was my rock, my everything, and I was terrified of being alone. As strong as I'd always been, at that point I was at my weakest. The only thing that kept me going was the deep sense that I had to protect my babies, and if I couldn't keep it together for myself, I had to do it for them.
Facts.
I have to keep going, I told myself. Just keep moving. But as I walked downstairs into our living room, the enormity of everything hit me again. We had our Christmas tree up already. I'd already put out all my little Santa Clauses and decorated the entire house. Brandon's birthday was a few weeks away, and Christmas right after that. Junior's going to miss them both, I thought. Thanksgiving was our last holiday as a family. Daniela saw me and came out of a side room, leading Brandon by his hand. Junior was standing by the door, holding his bag. Brandon had always been Junior's little shadow. If Junior had to leave the house, our son would literally cling to his dad's leg while he started walking. Junior would pry him off, then walk him back across our hardwood floor. There were even a few times that Junior canceled plans because he didn't want to leave Brandon behind. When Brandon saw his dad by the door, he ran toward him. "No, don't leave," he said, diving toward Junior's legs.
Like he knew.
"Don't go." Junior looked broken. "Brandon, it's okay, baby. Daddy's going to come back." Junior pulled him up close. "I love you, and I promise I'll be back. You have to take care of Mommy, and never forget how much I love you. You're my little best friend." I carried Benjamin over to the two of them, and we stood together in the foyer, holding on to each other for dear life, trembling. I wanted to fall to my knees and beg him not to leave. As selfish as it was, I thought to myself, I should have never pressured him to change his life. I'm not sure breaking up my family is worth it. Then Junior let us go, and he and Peter moved together toward the door. When they walked out, I heard the click of the lock.
Mia. When Peter and Junior closed the door and started heading toward Adrian's car, I heard a loud cry. It was sort of like a high-pitched siren. I looked over and saw that it was coming from Brandon, who was hanging from the doorknob with both hands, screaming, "No, Daddy, no!" Seeing a child in that kind of pain is agonizing, and when I looked over at Olivia, shaking as she rocked Brandon back and forth, I wondered why we'd ever decided to put ourselves through this. Olivia and Junior had installed a deadbolt way high up on their front door, not for security, but because Brandon had learned how to unlock the bottom lock and let himself out. Before they put the deadbolt on, Peter and I would sometimes see him toddling out the door toward our house, wearing his little onesie and carrying his blankie. Peter would always go scoop him up, give him a big kiss, then call Junior or Olivia and say, "Your son just came over to play with my dog." I realized that if the door hadn't had a deadbolt, Brandon would have sprinted right out, dragging his blankie behind him and run after that car all the way to the Guadalajara airport. It was the most painful thought I'd ever had in my life.
Olivia. If I could have taken away Brandon's pain, I would have. But I had to stay strong and come up with a plan to get us the hell out of there. My family's life depended on it. It was Sunday morning, so the only staff around were our bodyguards, who stood outside our house and did surveillance of the neighborhood. But I knew people would be coming around soon, and there was no way our security could protect us from them. Everyone had tabs on Junior and Peter, and Cartel members were always doing business with them on the weekends. If they drove up and couldn't find them, they'd know something was up. Not only that, but they'd act on it. I had to come up with a decoy. Just then, one of their associates walked over and knocked on the door. "Where are Junior and Peter?" he said when I opened it. "They'll be back," I answered. "They went to talk to someone." He left, and 5 minutes later, Junior's friend Paco came by. As I saw him walking toward the house, I thought, oh my God, time to act. I grabbed my bag in one arm and my baby in the other. I marched out the door to the car and put Benjamin in his car seat, bundling him up. I left the car door open, then...
You see, she ain't forget the car seat. The car seat is there and ready to go. Listen, the rest of this stuff could fall by the wayside, but as long as she got that car seat, it's on and popping.
ran back toward the house, screaming loud enough that Paco could hear me. Mia, let's go. My motherfucking husband. How could he do this to me? I'm leaving him. Junior cheated on me, and I'm leaving him in this fucking country.
Gone.
I could see Mia standing up slowly, staring at me like I'd lost my mind. She gave me a look like, what the hell? Then realized what I was doing and grabbed her diaper bag. I kept on going. That fucking bastard! I'm out of here. What? Paco said when he saw me racing back toward the car, trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Oh, hell no, that's not true. He thought I was just acting crazy. There was no way in hell Junior would have cheated on me, but as far as Paco knew, I'd made up my mind that he had.
She had to be putting on the performance of a lifetime to get these okie dokes to be like, what? He would never do such a thing to you. Yo, to be a fly on that wall, huh?
Where are you going? He said. None of your business. And if you see that motherfucker, tell him I don't want anything to do with him.
Damn.
Come on, Mia. I went back to the house and picked up Brandon. Mia had started putting Bella in her car, and she'd already loaded up a handful of stuff in her back seat. I pretty much threw Brandon in his car seat and slammed my car door, started it up, and pulled away as fast as I could. As I drove down the driveway, I could see Paco and my neighbor in the rearview mirror, their hands up in the air. Mia was right behind me in her car, and we met Daniela, Adrian, their kids, and my in-laws outside the gates of our subdivision. Then we started driving, a line of luxury SUVs so conspicuous they might as well have had flashing neon lights on them toward the Mexican border.
A straight caravan of richness on a getaway run down a dirt road in Mexico headed towards the border. Bananas. They came and scooped them up. She went with the same cover that they said in the podcast that she was leaving him to confuse all his security. So to mind you, the twins are gone on their way to the airport. Val, Vivi, the parents, the brother, the kids, they all mobbed up in the rich cars, and now they're headed down a dirt road somewhere, trying to get out of Dodge. At the end of the day, you gotta adapt, you gotta adjust, and it seems Val was ready to to answer the call when it came to adjusting to the situation and throwing some bullshit at the wall, seeing if it's stuck, and just using it as enough time to get out of Dodge, and that's what they did. Chapter 25, Cartel Wives.
Crossing the border. Olivia. Nuevo Laredo was the closest border crossing to Guadalajara, and it was a 12-hour drive away. I knew Nuevo Laredo all too well. It's where I was arrested when I was a teenager. Unfortunately, it wasn't just the center of my drug smuggling. In 2008, it was ground zero for cartel violence. The Gulf...
She's on her getaway route, and she's going through places that she's familiar with. Why? Because she went to jail there as a teenager. That's the kind of life that woman lived. You know what I'm saying? Bananas.
The Gulf Cartel had always ruled Nuevo Laredo, and their armed wing, Los Zetas, did their bidding when they needed to fight the police, the government, rival cartels, or members of their organization who'd wronged them. Los Zetas were ruthless. Gunfights and kidnappings were common, but in one attack, the militia cut out 6 victims' hearts, carved Z's into their chests, and left their bodies in caves.
Savage.
In 2004, thinking that the Gulf Cartel was losing their hold on Nuevo Laredo, the Sinaloa cartel moved in, looking to expand, and a turf war broke out. By 2008, Sinaloa had a firm grasp on the city, and everyone at the border was Chapo's eyes and ears.
Mia. In Nuevo Laredo, one call from one person who'd noticed that Junior and Peter weren't home and smelled a rat would guarantee an automatic hit on our whole family.
That's it.
It was even possible that Los Zetas would spot us, figure out who we were, and kill us just to rub it in El Chapo's face. Yet here we were, driving blind toward one of the most dangerous cities in Mexico, with no help, no protection, and no exit strategy.
My question is this: how long after the twins was out the door? Because they went another 9 months setting people up. Mind you, I don't expect the word to get from Chapo down to street level dealers, oh, the twins did this or that. But how more people didn't know that they were compromised at that point, I wish I could understand that timeline. You know what I'm saying? How long before they were gone, before it was on Chapo's radar? How long before they were gone that it finally got on everybody's radar in the States? And was it too late by then and everybody was rolled up in it?
Olivia. I had Benjamin and Brandon in the back seat in the car seats, and it was the first time I'd driven alone with them. Junior had always been in the car with me, and I'd always sat in the back with my boys. Luckily, Benjamin was so tiny that more than half the time he'd be asleep, and Brandon was so used to driving long distances in Mexico, like back and forth from Puerto Vallarta to Guadalajara, that I knew we wouldn't have to stop much, probably only for meals and potty breaks. Mia was alone in her car with my poor niece, who wasn't even 2 weeks old. Adrian was driving with Daniela and their new baby. Daniela's kids were driving another car, and my in-laws were in a fifth car.
All driving through enemy territory in some very conspicuous, loud, easily seen vehicles.
We probably could have piled into fewer cars, but we all thought, probably stupidly, we have warehouses full of vehicles, so why not take as many as we can? Still, we had to leave a dozen behind.
Damn.
Mia. We abandoned everything that didn't have sentimental value or that we wouldn't need on the road. We scrapped our Ferraris, ATVs, and even our plane. There just wasn't time to grab any of our valuables. We knew it would all get stolen in a matter of time, and we later found out that within a few weeks, Junior and Peter's associates had taken everything: designer clothes, handbags, man bags, Viking appliances, ATVs, jet skis, motorcycles, and all of our cars.
So she said within weeks they had already cleaned them out over there. So they knew that they weren't coming back.
They even took the chandeliers and light switches off the walls. It was a free-for-all for everyone, even their closest friends.
Olivia. We couldn't care less about our stuff, and it was the last thing on our minds as we started driving. We just wanted to make it to the border, to our safety zone. Without stops, Nuevo Laredo is a good 12-hour drive from Guadalajara, and we didn't get there till 3 in the morning. We were terrified at the idea of using our phones on the way. I kept thinking, what if someone's listening in? So I didn't call my family to tell them we were heading home to Chicago. I wasn't prepared to reveal the truth, and plus it sounded like a suicide mission. We were so paranoid, but with good reason. A line of Range Rovers, BMWs, and Mercedes trucks driving like bats out of hell is pretty much like standing out in the middle of the street with a sign that says, "Hey, we're a bunch of drug dealers escaping for our lives. Come kill us." When we finally got to Nuevo Laredo, we stopped at the Hilton to change the babies and get them ready for the long ride. I pulled my sleeping children out of the car, looking over my shoulder every 5 seconds. "We're not staying," I said to Adrian. "We have to keep going." Crossing in the middle of the night is a huge red flag. Let's just wait till morning. "No, we have to leave now," I said. "We have to get out of Mexico." After we stumbled back into our cars, we lined them up, with my truck leading the way since I'd crossed so many times before. As I exited the parking lot, I was so nervous and scared that I swerved out too far and hit something in the road, hard. I couldn't be sure, but I think it was a divider. I heard a muffled flap, grind, flap, and as my wheel rim started to scrape against the road, I knew what had happened. I had a flat tire, right there in the middle of cartel-infested Nuevo Laredo. It was a bad one, too. Whatever I hit ripped my tire right off the rim.
Mm.
I jumped out of the car, my baby still in the back, grabbed my head in the middle of the street, and started freaking the fuck out. "Let's just leave it. I don't care. Let's forget the car." Bear in mind that this was a $150,000 Range Rover. In
cares?
Mexico, you can't use credit or get a loan for a car purchase, so we'd paid all cash for it. I loved that stupid car, but I loved my life a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, fuck that
My
car.
nephews hopped out of their car and started to jack my Range Rover up. "Stop!" I screamed. "Let's just leave it." I walked over to them to try to push them back in their cars. I swear to God, I thought that, at any minute, someone was going to drive by and shoot all of us. The truth was, they might have, because Adrian's phone had just started ringing.
Mia, Adrian, and Daniela were in the car behind me. I kept looking in the rearview mirror and seeing Adrian lift his phone to his ear, then start barking something or other into it. I knew none of this was good. It wasn't even dawn on a Monday morning, and in drug dealer time, the workday had just begun. People had started calling, Junior or Pete, heard their calls go straight to voicemail, and figured something was up. Junior and Peter...
The cat's out the bag, y'all.
...always answer their phones. No one had my number or Olivia's number, but they all knew Adrian's. "They keep calling! What the hell am I supposed to tell them?" Adrian shouted at Olivia, who was still railing against Daniela's son to just give up and let her ditch the Range Rover. "How the fuck do I know?" she said. "Just tell them they're still sleeping." With new babies and schedules like theirs, no way. There was no possible way their workers wouldn't realize that things were really off. We couldn't get around it. I couldn't believe the situation we were in. My C-section stitches hadn't even healed, and I was still in pain.
Damn.
Anytime Bella had cried during the drive, I'd had to pull over, hop in the back seat, and nurse her. We're so close, I thought, as I looked straight ahead out my windshield. I can see the border. There were agents with huge guns pacing back and forth, questioning cars and letting people through. We're so fucking close, I thought. And then suddenly, I just lost control. It had all become too much. I grabbed the steering wheel and exploded. "We're never going to get out of here. We're going to die here." I loosened my grip, raised my fists, and started pounding as hard as I could on the steering wheel. I paused, felt even more helpless, and started pounding harder, screaming at the top of my
You gotta relax.
lungs. I didn't care if I woke Bella up. She was a baby and she wouldn't remember. But if I didn't let out my rage, I thought I might actually get out of the car and try to run for the border. Then I saw Olivia's car start moving.
Olivia. Daniela's son fixed my tire faster than anyone at Midas ever had, and I got the hell off that street as quickly as I could. Seeing the border crossing in front of me, I gunned it. The other cars fell into line right behind me, and I zipped right along toward an open booth.
Now, I don't know if I missed it right now or something, but I remember they had the whole hotel situation that they were going to stay at a hotel. And they stood at the hotel. They decided to stay at the hotel, and then the nephew had spoke to his girlfriend and let the cat out the bag where they were at. And they had to jump up out the hotel and head back towards the border. So I don't know, again, some things were different in this book than they were in the podcast, so that might be one of those things. But we skipped that. We straight to the borderline right now.
It was so early that most of the lanes were actually open. "Hello," I said as I rolled down my window, handed the agent my passport and my kids' birth certificates, and waited to move right through. The officer looked at my stack of papers a little too closely, for a little too long. "No, you can't go," he said. "You have to turn around." My heart stopped. What the fuck? What do you mean? Now, I know that's not how you're supposed to speak to an armed government official, but I was in no mood to be polite. "You have Mexican plates and your children were born in Mexico. You have to have a proper visa for them to cross." He stepped back and moved his arms, like he wanted me to pull over. I was desperate but was trying not to sound like it. "But I'm their mother, And my baby is 2 months old. I'm an American. How are we going to get in? Go back and get proper documentation for the minors and we'll let you through.
Bruh, do you not understand? We are on the run right now, right? Call the consulate, call the president, call whoever you gotta call. They're at the border getting pushed around. You need to have proof of address. If you could bring me a bill, a light bill, a gas bill, whatever that is, a social security number. Like, come on, man. We on the run. We lucky we made it this far.
The guard motioned once again for me to turn my car around. I just sat there in park and stared at him. Being nice wasn't going to work, so maybe being batshit crazy would. I started yelling, "They're going to kill us! We're all going to be fucking killed!" The guard backed up, acting like he was either going to bring out reinforcements to arrest me or run because he thought I was a suicide bomber. I kept going. "Let us through now, or we're all going to die!"
Hey,
I looked around me,
she pulled the panic card. She hit the panic button.
and I could see everyone else getting out of their cars. My father-in-law was arguing with someone, and Adrian had just thrown his hands in the air. Mia was white as a ghost. The Border Patrol officer had lifted up his walkie-talkie to call for backup. I didn't know what else to do, so I jumped out of the car and started screaming, "They're going to fucking kill us if you don't let us through!"
They're like, relax.
Mia.
No pa tanto.
Before we'd left, I'd been careful to gather together all the paperwork I'd stashed away next to my bed. I had my birth certificate as well as Peter's. I had my passport and Bella's birth certificate. I even had a notarized letter written by Peter stating that our daughter could cross the border. But it was no use. They wouldn't let me through because Bella had been born in Mexico, and I didn't have a visa for her. I was so in shock that I hardly remember walking into the border agent's office. All I can recall was how cold it was when I stepped out of my car. It was that kind of pre-dawn wetness you often feel in Chicago, but rarely in Mexico. The type of chill that you just can't shake off.
That cold humidity.
Unless you bundle up right away. As I wrapped a blanket around Bella and zipped up the only coat I'd brought along, I just remember thinking, it never gets cold like this in Mexico. But all bets were off at that point. It could have started snowing, and honestly, I wouldn't have been fazed.
Olivia. When I walked into the border agent's office and saw Mia sitting there shivering, I jumped into Mama Bear mode. "You cannot just let her sit there like that," I said. "She's freezing." I would have done anything to protect my family at that point. I was so desperate to get us across the border. Finally, though, I had an idea. I pulled out my phone and dialed a saved number. On the third ring, a person on the other end picked up. "Good morning, this is Matt," said a friendly voice on the other end of the line. Thank God he's up, I thought. I knew that a lot of DEA agents started the day before dawn, so I wasn't all that surprised that he'd answered. I was totally wired, but I explained the situation to him as calmly as I possibly could.
Wait. Who's she call?
I pulled out my phone and dialed a saved number. On the third ring, a person on the other end picked up. "Good morning, this is Matt," said a friendly voice on the other end of the line. Thank God he's up, I thought. I knew that a lot of DEA agents started the day before dawn, so I wasn't all that surprised that he'd answered. I was totally wired, but I explained the situation to him as calmly as I possibly could. "Let me talk with the border guards," he said after listening, and I handed my phone over to one of them. They talked for what felt like forever, but when the agent closed up the phone and motioned for me and Mia to come over, I realized we might be okay. Matt must have told them to search the hell out of us because, when they took us outside again, they scanned our cars from top to bottom. We stood there for probably 3 or 4 hours while they x-rayed the insides and outsides.
Yeah, that DEA agent was like, listen, this is the mistake we don't want to make. That they come on the run over here, but while they're on the run, they done put 60 keys per Escalade coming through the border as they turn themselves in. They X-ray. They gave the whole caravan an MRI and shit.
Dialed a saved number. On the third ring, I handed my phone over to one of them. They talked for what felt like forever. But when the agent closed up the phone and motioned for me and Mia to come over, I realized we might be okay. Matt must have told them to search the hell out of us because, when they took us outside again, they scanned our cars from top to bottom. We stood there for probably 3 or 4 hours while they x-rayed the insides and outsides, then brought out the dogs to sniff every inch. The whole time I was like, do they honestly think I'd be trying to bring drugs over the border when I'm running for my fucking life? Then it hit me. We were always going to be treated like criminals, because that's what our husbands were. Everything checked out, so the agents led us toward our cars. We put the babies in their car seats, got in ourselves, turned the keys, and put them in gear. As I glanced in my rearview mirror, I was afraid of what was behind us, but I was more terrified of what was to become of us. Still, there was nothing I could do. Just as during every other bad thing that had happened in my life, I had to make a decision, take action, and hopefully learn something and be a better person because of it. Here goes nothing, I thought, and I began driving across the U.S. border toward the rest of my very uncertain life.
Listen, even then, she didn't know how uncertain, considering the position that they're in today. Life, boy, life is something else.
Mia. Adrian, my father-in-law, and one of our nephews were stuck at the border. Adrian had been deported the day he'd been released from federal prison years before. My father-in-law had a huge criminal history, and our nephew didn't have his birth certificate with him, so they weren't going to get clearance to cross till they got their papers straight with U.S. immigration.
That's a trifecta of problems right there, you know what I'm saying? 2 criminals and 1 kid without papers, that was a holdup.
Daniela, her children, and my mother-in-law stayed back with them, but that didn't make us feel any better.
Olivia. They hugged us goodbye and said, "Don't worry, we'll switch hotels every day. We'll be fine." But we didn't know if we'd ever see them again. Matt had promised to work on their paperwork, but he hadn't offered to protect them. Adrian's phone was still ringing off the hook, and it was a matter of days before someone was going to put 2 and 2 together and start to search around Nuevo Laredo for him. I'd always been close to Adrian and Daniela, and I felt like I was saying goodbye to them forever. I honestly thought we would never see our family again. After we crossed and got back into our cars, I said to Mia, "Let's just keep going, all the way." "Are you sure?" she asked. "We're exhausted." Yes, definitely. My adrenaline was pumping, and I felt like I could drive all the way to Canada if I had to. It was going to be a 20-some-hour drive, and I'd be damned if I was going to stop for the night.
Mia. When you have 1,400 miles ahead of you and what feels like a lifetime in your rearview mirror, you have a lot of time to think. I spent half the drive worrying about Bella in the back seat, and the other half wondering what was happening to Peter. But when I actually stopped and took stock, I realized this is the first time in almost 5 years I've been alone. Peter had done absolutely everything for me. I'd never had to step up to the plate and take care of myself. Now I had to do that and protect my daughter. Olivia and I had bought new phones after we crossed, and I'd called my mom right away. Now she was calling every 5 minutes to find out where I was. I'd told her everything, finally, that Peter and Junior were traffickers, that they'd become informants.
Bruh, that's when you decided to break it to them? When you're on your way? Wow. Again, we know they're adults. Father's a cop. I'm sure they smelt it. They just didn't want to, expose the truth to themselves or expose the awkwardness to their family. But she coming clean on the way in, on the way away from, running.
That they'd surrendered at the airport and that we'd escaped with our lives. Every detail had made Mom frantic. "Are you okay? Where are you? Why don't you stop?" She kept saying. I'd respond, "Mom, I love you, but I'm trying to drive. I can't have you calling me all the time. I have to keep my full attention on the road." 4+ years of time and distance, and I was still her baby. I guess some things never change. My plan was to go to their house while Olivia checked into a hotel. This would be the first time my family had met Bella, and I kept hoping that she'd take some of the pressure off. I needed it, desperately. With our lawyer's assistance, Peter had finally gotten clearance to call me midway through our drive, and while I was so happy to hear from him, it had left me a complete wreck. "I can't believe it took you so long to get over the border, baby," he said. "I was worried sick about you the whole time. I've been so scared thinking something happened to you." I didn't want to dwell on it, so I changed the subject. "Are you okay? Where are you?" "They have us hiding in some random hotel in Mexico City. To get us here, the feds covered our faces, locked the hotel down, and snuck us in." Mexico City? Why the hell were they there? I thought. Mexico City was one of their main hubs. "We're a block away from one of our stash houses. We can actually see it from our hotel window.
Crazy.
They've still got us recording and working, and we've met with every single bureau you can think of. Homeland Security, U.S. Customs, the DEA, and FBI. We've been answering questions and getting debriefed, but no one's been willing to tell me anything about you."
So these guys got told, meet us at the airport, got taken to Mexico City to a hotel a block away from a stash of theirs in Mexico City where everybody intermingles and everybody's everywhere and there's eyes everywhere. They're in a hotel where they could see one of their stash houses from the window. He said while they got them working, which means they're still on the phone running the business and shutting down operations left and right, and then debriefing with all these different law enforcement agencies all at the same time. It's crazy, dog.
"All I've done is ask about my family, and no one's told me a fucking thing." So not only were they in as much danger as we'd been, but they were totally in the dark, flying blind, just like we were.
Olivia. It was 24 hours from the border to Chicago, and we made it there the next day. 24 freaking hours on the road, and we only stopped when we had to feed the babies, change a diaper, or use the bathroom. When we got to Chicago, I said goodbye to Mia, then checked into a hotel near the airport.
Mia. I thought about going to the hotel with Olivia, but I couldn't stand the thought of not being with my family. I needed them just to feel safe. When I arrived at the house I grew up in, my parents, brother, and sister were standing in the doorway, already crying their eyes out. I parked the car, then carried Bella in her car seat up the steps. Mom looked at me for a split second, grabbed the car seat from me, and carried it in. Then she placed it on the kitchen table and unstrapped my daughter, her second granddaughter. As my dad held me around the waist with one arm and my sister grabbed my hand, I watched my mom, who'd been practically a baby herself when she'd had me, lift Bella up to her shoulder and hold her, rubbing her back. "It's all okay. You're home. You're safe," she whispered to her. I knew she was, but I wish I'd felt the same.
Yeah, nobody's safe.
As I watched each member of my family pass my daughter back and forth, kissing her sweetly, I thought to myself, this is not my home anymore. It's my parents'. My home is with Peter, and I may not ever have that again.
Olivia. I called my parents as soon as I got Brandon and Benjamin situated in the hotel room I checked into. I still hadn't told them the full truth. I'd never wanted to hurt them, especially after I'd put them through so much already.
This was a day for breaking news in this family, all right? Once it was too late, once you couldn't give it to them softly and hide the medicine in the food, no. Now we are forced to let all the cats out of all the bags, all the skeletons out of all the closets. Just let it be known. Tell them what you need to tell them. Even though they kind of had an idea. They probably didn't know to what extent. They probably didn't know how big and how deep. But they knew something was up.
I kept them in the dark so they could sleep better at night. When they came over, though, I broke down and told them everything. I couldn't lie anymore. Still, the look on my dad's face was pure disgust. I'd wanted so badly to protect him and Mom, and instead, I'd broken their hearts. When they left, I tried to collect myself. I felt so empty and alone, and as I stared at the ceiling, I wondered if Junior was doing the same. Then I called Joe. "Olivia, you shouldn't be in the city," he said. "Your lives are in danger. Check into a hotel far out of the city." "Where are Peter and Junior?" "They're going through the process. They'll go to the correctional facility downtown soon. They'll be well guarded, and they'll be together. But if anyone figures out you're in town, you might not be. Go somewhere outside the city limits." "I'll go to my house then." I'd kept a house in the suburb for years, so I gave him that address. "Someone will meet you there tomorrow to talk about next steps for you and Mia." Next steps could have meant anything, so it wasn't worth asking. Instead, I packed up what little I had and left with my sons.
Right.
While
Next step, y'all didn't help us with the first step.
I was on the road driving the few miles out to my house, I called Mia and told her that she should meet me there the next morning.
Mia. When Olivia called and said we weren't safe in the city and had to leave, I was devastated. I didn't want to endanger my family, but I hated the idea of being without them. I'd had Bella less than 2 weeks before, and I was still in pain from my C-section. I barely had anything but the clothes on my back, and I didn't just need help, I needed love. I wanted my family, and I ached for Peter.
Ain't no time for love right now. If you want life, you're going to have to trade life for love.
I'm really on my own, I kept thinking. And this is what it's going to feel like for years and years. My dad was crushed when I left with Bella. "Baby, just stay," he said. "I can protect you." I know he felt like he could. But let's be honest, no one was really able to. Olivia and I were on our own, and that's why we had to get away.
Olivia. My house was about 45 minutes out of the city. I'd decorated it exactly like my home in Guadalajara. Decorative pillows covering big, plush couches and huge rugs spanning wall to wall. But there were none of the little Mexican knickknacks and touches that I'd put everywhere in Guadalajara. It felt empty, not warm or full of love like my home with Junior. It was an American home, far, far away from Mexico.
Facts.
Hugging my babies, I just sat on the steps and bawled my eyes out, thinking, I don't even have the strength or will to keep going.
Mia. When I looked around, I suddenly felt sad all over again. I'd never been happier in my life than in Mexico, I thought. I know it was a dangerous life to live, but we were all together. We were a family there.
Olivia. Joe had hired 24-hour security for us, so when Mia arrived, there were armed guards waiting to greet her. A few hours later, they let in a woman named Carol Williams from the Witness Protection Program. Carol was friendly, with a warm, pleasant smile. She seemed nice enough, but honestly, I don't think she knew what she was walking into. Peter and Junior were prepared to be the biggest drug informants in U.S. history, and we had targets on our heads just because we were married to them. "Good morning," she said when I offered her a seat. Then she dove right into the subject that had brought her to my house. "So, as you know, your lives are in danger, and we'd like that not to be the case." I wasn't going to pull any punches with her, so I cut her off. "We've been telling you that for the last 3 days,
Right.
but no one from the government has helped us. Not one fucking bit, except for Matt, and I made that happen.
3 days? No. Last 9 months, they ain't helped you with nothing.
It took us hours to get across the border, and our in-laws just got out yesterday. The U.S. attorneys had to work to get them clearance. That took a few days, and they had to jump around the border from hotel to hotel. They could have been killed on your watch. We could have been killed. We're not going to be your sitting ducks." Carol just sat there, straight-faced. But she didn't apologize.
Hmm.
What we can offer you now are 2 spots in the Witness Protection Program. We'll give you new names and relocate you and your children. Mia and I had talked about this beforehand.
Once again, these voice actresses, they on point, bro. She just gave the proper commercial. That lady's reading some script that she gets from her job, telling them about what they're going to get. That's robot shit. That's just the way it's handled.
But we still had real questions. When would we see our husbands? I asked, knowing what the answer would be. You'll be far away from their prisons. But even if you travel to see them, we can't allow unscheduled visits. You'll see them once a year, maybe, and it's entirely scheduled and supervised. We can't permit calls unless we set them up weeks in advance. Then she paused. Your lives will be very different and very separate from your husband's. Would we be near each other? Mia asked. No. You'd be in different parts of the country. I didn't even look at Mia when I started talking for both of us. We were on the same page about this, no questions asked. I couldn't lose the only person in the world who understood me, and she couldn't give up the only person in the world who reminded her of home. We were sisters, and no one was going to separate us.
They were in the same circumstance, and it's a circumstance they got into together, and they were trying to get out of together.
Never, I said. We gave up everything. Our husbands sacrificed themselves for the love of our family and to give our children better lives. And the last thing we want to do now is break our family up. Our husbands need us, and we need them. And there's no way our babies are going to grow up not knowing their dads. Mia and I only have each other, and we cannot get through this alone. So our answer is absolutely no. Carol looked at both of us in shock. You're making a huge mistake. This is a terrible risk. It's a risk we want to take, Mia said. Carol nodded slowly. Then it was wonderful to meet you, and I wish you all the best. Together, we walked her to the door and showed her out, thanking her for her time. Then we went back to the couch, sat down, and without saying a thing, reached for each other's hands. We're in this together for the long haul, I thought. It might be 20 years till we're back with our husbands, and we'll sure as hell never be living on the beach in Mexico again, but we'll always have each other, and we're not giving up.
Think of the irony in that last sentence, man. Considering that both of those women are serving prison time right now.
It might be 20 years till we're back with our husbands.
Crazy.
And we'll sure as hell never be living on the beach in Mexico again. But we'll always have each other. And we're not giving up.
They didn't even know how true those words were when they wrote them for this book. So they made it across the border. Now I will say the difference between this and the Surviving El Chapo podcast, I feel like it was more dramatic in the Surviving El Chapo podcast. It was more cinematic. You kind of got a better sense of the hell that they were going through on the way out of Mexico and the danger that they were going through on the way out of Mexico. This was a little bit more cut and dry. They just ran you through the process of what happened. That last line, very poignant. 20 years later, so think about it, they lost their husbands for 12 and a half years. Husband's home a couple years, and then the feds come down on the women, and now the women gone for what's supposed to be 3.5 years. Didn't know how real that was when they wrote it, but here it is. You never know what kind of world you wake up to. Power goes out, systems fail, or you end up somewhere you shouldn't have been. That's where Survival Frog comes in. The OGs of emergency prep. From solar-powered gear to bug-out bags that'll keep you breathing while everyone else panics. They got the real tools for the real situations. I'm not talking fantasy gear, I'm talking survival gear. Hit the Survival Frog link in the description and get geared up. Be ready, stay sharp, stay dangerous. Let's get it. Cartel Wives Chapter 26.
Purgatory, Chicago, Christmas 2008 was our first without Junior and Peter. And it was the most depressing of my whole life. My parents were still disappointed and hurt, but they loved me no matter what. Holidays and being together meant everything to them, but Mia and I were too worried about being in the city, So we decided to spend the day alone in my big, quiet house in the suburbs. The most I did to decorate was go to Walmart and buy a plastic tree that I put up on a side table, with a few glass balls that I'd found right at the checkout aisle. We didn't hear from Junior or Peter, and we had no clue when we'd get to see them. Brandon's birthday had been a few days before Christmas, and he'd kept asking, "Where's Daddy? Why isn't he here for my birthday?" He spent most days hiding under Benjamin's bassinet, holding his blankie and sobbing for Junior. I tried to be strong for him, but sometimes I couldn't hold it together. As tears rolled down my face, I'd just turn off the lights so he wouldn't see me. If you thought I was bad, Mia was worse. Bella was colicky, and she would cry all day, every day. Mia finally gave up trying to be strong around her, so she'd just sit and sob right along with her.
Mia. I'd hold Bella all day and night trying to soothe her, but it didn't help. I bought a sound machine, but still nothing. I remember thinking, I'm just glad Bella's too young to remember this. She and Benjamin will never know how bad this is.
Olivia. I'm totally OCD when it comes to cleaning, but that December, I didn't give a shit about anything. I'd roll Benjamin's dirty diaper in a ball and just throw it on the floor. Then I'd walk outside in the middle of the night in the freezing cold just to get away. Mia and I felt guilty for the little we did have, and after hearing through our lawyers that Junior and Peter were in jail, starving and freezing cold, we started taking cold showers as some sort of punishment.
They was on some solidarity shit. We gonna take this cold shower for these fools. Man, well, you made it across the border. That depression done kicked in, though. Got you throwing shitty diapers on the floor.
I talked to my mom every day, and she'd always beg to come over. Finally, I let her, and she was shocked when she arrived. The house was a mess, and we were worse. "What are you thinking?" she said. "Snap out of it. Your babies need you." But I felt stuck. Olivia and I were too depressed to do anything but just exist.
Olivia, we didn't hear from Junior and Peter till after New Year's, when we were allowed our first visit. We were about as excited as we'd been on our wedding days, but getting to the federal building where they'd been transported was a total scene. We had to drive downtown, practically to the center of the loop, and we packed everything: diaper bags full of wipes, bottles and formula, a change of clothes for the kids, and bags of snacks. It was like we were going on a freaking field trip.
Now, last episode, we heard about how the women did not take the witness protection, right? I wonder, when they spoke to them, how that conversation went between them and their husbands about that decision. Because it's pretty risky. I mean, they're going into the heart of downtown Chicago to go to this trial, and they don't have no protection as far as, the government's concerned.
Our armed guards drove us downtown into an underground parking deck. And when we stepped out of the cars, we were met by U.S. Attorney Tom, Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike, and Eric from the DEA. As Mia and I lifted the kids out of the cars and loaded them and all our stuff into our huge Orbit strollers, we must have looked like we were ready for a week-long trip because the agents all stared at us like, "What the hell?" I didn't care. I was about to see my husband.
Mia. We got into a back service elevator, since the main elevator was used to transport prisoners to court, and we couldn't risk being seen. When we got off, we walked into a room that had 2 long windows on each side of the door. It looked like a conference room in a regular old office building. We stood inside, waiting for them, with Brandon holding Olivia's hand, so excited that he was jumping up and down. I'd taken a million pictures of Bella and had written to Peter almost every day. I never wanted him to feel like he was missing out, so I hoped that when he saw her, he'd as much as know her. Suddenly, we saw Peter and Junior through the skinny windows walking toward the room, shackled at their hands and feet.
Olivia. "Daddy, Daddy!" screamed Brandon, and he ran toward his dad and grabbed him around the knees. Junior's face lit up, and I couldn't stop staring at him. I loved and missed him so much that I ached deep down, and all I wanted to do was hold him and never let him go. Still, underneath his huge smile, he was clearly a different person than I'd known before he went away.
Absolutely.
He looked like he was suffering from malnutrition and smelled like he hadn't showered since he'd left Mexico. He kept staring down at Brandon like he was ashamed to hold his head up. After a moment or so, I lifted up his chin and looked him in the eyes. "You're the handsomest man I've ever seen," I said, "and the bravest, most courageous husband in the world."
Mia. When I saw Peter, I couldn't believe how skinny he was. His hair was long and ratty, and his beard had grown out. The prison officials hadn't allowed him to take a shower in 4 weeks.
Damn.
He didn't even want to hug me. "I'm so sorry you have to..."
Listen, man, they're prisoners, right? But don't we got some kind of rules in this country? Like, evidently we don't. In no country, there's no fucking rules. It gets to a point where that lack of hygiene creates disease and kills people and makes things contagious. But there's none. Like, we too far gone. This is...
"See me like this," he said. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." "I've missed you," I said, pulling him toward me. "I'm just happy to be here with you." I didn't want him to apologize. Just for that one afternoon, I didn't want to think about how our lives were upside down. And luckily, it wasn't hard with Bella in the room. Peter couldn't keep his eyes off of her. She'd grown so much over the last month that she looked like a different baby. The agents took his handcuffs off and let him hold her, and he was so happy, like this pure, innocent joy. It was beautiful.
Olivia. Junior was so worried about me and the babies. At home, he'd done everything for us, and he knew being on my own was hard. "Are you doing okay?" he kept asking. "I'm fine, but I'm more worried about you." "Please don't be. Your happiness is what keeps me going. I just want to see you smile, Liv." My poor husband, I thought. He's having to live through us now, and I spend all day depressed. I decided to keep that to myself and, instead, listened to Peter and Junior recount how they'd spent the last month.
Mia.
Mind you, at this point, they still had each other, in the least. Had to work together every day. And again, now that I think about it, that, I always say they weren't going to keep them together much longer. It wasn't the fault of the 3Bs that got them separated. They would have separated them eventually. But they had them together because they needed them to work.
After Peter and Junior were flown out of Guadalajara, they went to Mexico City and were there for a day. The next morning at 6, U.S. Marshals escorted them out of their hotel, hid them in an armored truck, and drove them into a nearby hangar, where they were placed on a U.S. government jet. They were sent to Dallas, and as soon as their feet touched U.S. soil, officials shackled them and read them their rights.
Olivia. All around them, cameras began flashing, so many, in fact, that they were temporarily blinded.
They told
As
that
they
story.
walked onto the tarmac, Junior squinted, turned to Peter, and without words, communicated what they were both thinking. "I can't believe all that we've done." Suddenly, he felt like a terrorist. In his worst nightmare, he'd never imagined how notorious he and Peter really were.
Mia. From Dallas, they went to Milwaukee, where the federal investigation against them had begun almost a decade before. Agents shackled them, then led them into a federal building in the dead of night. The structure had been locked down as a security precaution, and Peter and Junior could hardly turn their heads without seeing an armed guard or an official from one of several different agencies. Some placed their fingers on their weapons, and many just stared. There had never been a trafficking case as huge as theirs in the United States, much less the state of Wisconsin. And the fact that they were major figures in the cartel world who'd willingly turned themselves in, it was the most remarkable case any agent there had seen.
Olivia. Peter and Junior spent one day in Milwaukee in separate prison cells, within earshot of each other. During the night, Peter called out to Junior, "Please don't sleep. Talk to me, I'm lonely." They'd been building a criminal enterprise for almost half their lives, and Peter was no stranger to captivity. But this was their first night in jail, a place they'd spent their whole lives avoiding. The next morning, they were transported to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Chicago. It only took an hour for them to get there. They were in a caravan of black Suburbans, surrounded by U.S. Marshals that raced at top speed and blew through every red light. Barack Obama had just taken office, and we later heard that a few bystanders who saw them pass just assumed that Secret Service was moving the president. Almost immediately after they got situated in the MCC, they orchestrated a massive reverse sting. Federal agents facilitated a few controlled deliveries and then seized the drugs. Because of that, a lot of their workers had been arrested, but many of their wholesalers were still working the streets. When raids and seizures weren't happening, they were proffering, offering evidence and testimony to the U.S. attorneys for 12 hours a day, every day. They'd do this for 6 straight months.
Damn. 12 hours a day, every day. Basically running it under false pretenses. Crazy.
"We're telling the feds everything," Junior said. "Names, locations, all the ins and outs of our business."
To me, at that point, giving up everything, you know that if you don't give them something and they find out about it 10, 15, 20 years later, they coming for you. You're going to get your little number. If there was bodies, why not throw the bodies in there? That's the shutdown so far. Nobody's giving me an answer otherwise that makes any sense.
The whole bit.
Mia, Peter told us that all the proffering and recording happened in the federal building right where we were sitting, but that they were being housed in the Metropolitan Correctional Center right across the street. The MCC is a massive, brown, windowless building, and it's essentially a holding pen for federal criminals awaiting trial, sentencing, or placement in another prison. "When they move us out of the MCC every day," he said, "we have 12 marshals lead us out. They cover up the windows on everyone else's cells so they won't know who's passing by." "As long as you're safe, baby," I said. "That's the most important thing." God, I was naive. That wasn't all that mattered. They didn't just need to be safe. They deserved to be treated with some basic human dignity, too.
Olivia. The MCC was...
Mind you, do I believe that there's some criminals that don't deserve, human decency? Yeah. Those that do not offer up human decency. Problem is, as far as law enforcement and the hoorahs are concerned, all crime is created equal. Doesn't matter if it's out of necessity, desperation. Go ahead and commit a crime while you're trying to save a family member from a more dire consequence. See if they still don't charge you. They give you a pat on the back. Well done. Saved your family member, but we got to get you on this gun charge, this, that, that. We're not just going to let this shit go. It's not what we do. First of all, there's a lot of drug dealers that shouldn't be in jail. Jails is just big business, and it's the mission to put people in there and get that money and get that government bread. And it's the same as any cartel, and it's the same as any other operation. They're all plugged and connected. That's it. To each other.
Was hell on earth. Sure, no one was going to kill them there, but spending 10 minutes within those walls was kind of like dying. Junior was always the type of person who was so selfless he never complained. But looking into his eyes every time I visited, it was hard to miss his pain and suffering. I wanted to tell him how bad I was feeling, but knowing how awful he had it and how traumatized he looked, I didn't have it in my heart to. He was already too broken.
Yeah, they would just been beating up on him at that point.
Mia. Junior and Peter were such a big deal at the MCC that the guards there grew to hate them. They made their jobs harder because they had to jump through all these hoops just to get them out the door. So they cut their privileges, letting them have fewer showers, restricting their phone calls, and locking them down 20.
Yeah, y'all dirty for that. Somebody make you come do your job and you just want to keep them from showering and let them get MRSA and fucking die. Like, that's your place in the world to make that kind of decision. Fuck out of here.
24/7.
Olivia. While other inmates were pacing around their cells shirtless because it was so warm, Peter and Junior had been deliberately put into a cell that was so cold. The walls were covered in a thin sheet of ice, yet the guards wouldn't give them any blankets. Peter and Junior lay together in the bed just to create body heat between the two of them. They were shaking the entire time. The guard who checked on them at night once caught them and said, "Get the f*** out of that bed before I give you both a shot." That was a disciplinary action that would force them each into solitary confinement, which didn't make a difference because they were already there. Junior responded, "We're brothers. Are you fucking kidding me?" But the guard kept on. "Get out of that bed before I write you up."
Yeah, bruh. They don't give a shit that y'all brothers. If you're not gonna, even if y'all not in there on some funny stuff, you're not gonna be in there on some emotional fucking crutch shit either. They're like, you basically together so that you can work for us. Don't get cute. Creature comforts. None of them.
Mia. The guards finally moved them into a different cell, and when Peter walked into it, he half believed a mass murder had just gone down. There was blood on the walls, on the mattress, and on the floor. It smelled terrible, but the guards wouldn't clean it up till the next day. The guy in the cell across from them would scream all day and night that he was going to commit suicide. Then he'd rub his own shit all over the walls and the doors. The hall dividing them was so small, Peter could smell it all day, so he'd just sit in the cell, put his arms over his head, and think, "I'm living in hell. This is not a place for a human being to be."
Olivia. It broke my heart to watch my husband and brother-in-law suffer. Every time I left my weekly visit, I'd get so angry that as soon as I got into my car, I'd call up our lawyer, Joe, and let him have it. "How the hell can they do their jobs if they're hurting like that?"
Right.
I'd scream. "If you don't help make things better for them as soon as possible, you're going to hear from me every day of your life." But all my calls didn't do any good. In the government's eyes, Junior and Peter were criminals, and all that mattered was that they kept feeding the feds intel.
They bite their own nose off to spite their face. Like, they're just as merciless, heartless, disrespectful, and deadly as any other cartel. Why? Because they are one. But as far as these dummies are concerned, think about how many lives they took with drugs. Well, how about the Iran-Contra affair? How about the Rick Ross and the whole Kiki Camarena and the CIA? How about that? Nobody's taking accountability for that. Stop it. That killed people too. There's families destroyed over that too. How about all the times you had your hand in the cookie jar? And these dudes gave him the big fish that now everybody want to downplay like he was nothing. I don't know, man.
Mia. Getting back to Olivia's house didn't provide much of a relief for us. We were still living together, but we never felt at home. We were so consumed by what our husbands were going through that we became imprisoned in our own minds. Day by day, we were making ourselves miserable thinking about Junior and Peter, and we felt stagnant. Like this could all go on forever and nothing would ever actually happen. Then, in the middle of that winter, something did happen. We started feeling the heat from the people Peter and Junior were helping haul in.
Olivia. Junior had always made every day feel like Valentine's to me, but around the actual day, he treated me extra special. No matter what we did, where we went, or what we gave each other, Valentine's Day wasn't just a Hallmark holiday. It really said something about our love. That's why, just before Valentine's Day 2009, I fell into a major depression. All I wanted to do was sit around, sulk, and think about all the good times I'd had with Junior. But Adrian and Daniela refused to let me and dragged me out of the house to get me over my funk. Brandon and I love sushi, so we all drove to a Benihana-type Japanese restaurant near my house. After we sat down, got situated, and ordered, I got up to go to the bathroom. Just as I walked out of the ladies' room, holding Brandon in my arms, I ran right into one of the wholesalers Junior had informed on a few months before.
Dang.
Apparently, He was out on bond. And when he laid eyes on me, he was pissed. He got right up in my face, put his fingers to my head, and started yelling at me. I know Junior is telling. He and Peter fucking ratted me out. What the hell are you talking about? I was trying to sound innocent. That's not true. I was scared out of my mind, thinking he was going to hurt me and my son, and I hugged Brandon closer to me. I got paperwork, he said, and it says Informant 1 and Informant 2 on it. Who else could that be? Just then, Adrian
It might as well have said Informant Twin and Informant Twin on it.
walked out of the men's bathroom, saw what was happening, and put himself between the wholesaler and me. You need to calm down and relax, he said. This is bullshit. How can my brothers be telling if I'm still here working? Wouldn't I be in jail too? The wholesaler looked at Adrian and realized he had a good point. He backed off and shrugged. Then he turned to Adrian and said, Can I get your number for some work then? This guy was out of jail on bond, and he was still looking to grab a few jobs.
With his head up his own ass. A minute ago, he was a genius. I figured it out. Dude threw a couple words at him, second-guessed himself, and then went all the way on the other side of that and said, Can I get some work, dog? I need some work, dog. Holla at your boy. Gee whiz. It's kind of ridiculous.
That just tells you how connected Junior, Peter, and our family were known to be.
Mia. People had expressed their suspicions to Junior and Peter directly, too. There was one occasion when Peter was on the phone setting up a drug bust, and a customer paused and said, I need to ask you something. Are you a rat?
Dang.
Just be honest. Peter would deny it backward and forward, but a big part of him just wanted to fess up and answer, Yes, I am. He and Junior were feeling guilty. They were putting people they loved behind bars and knew their families' lives were going to be changed forever by it. These were workers who had children. Each time they helped the feds set up a controlled delivery, they were letting go of a long friendship. And it broke their hearts to turn their backs on the same people that they'd taken care of for years. When I saw Peter every Friday, the pain showed on his face. The light he'd always had in his eyes had started to dim. He was so cold and pale all the time.
That's the shitty part of it right there, bro. Forget about taking down the guys that put everybody in jeopardy, that told them to make a choice because of their little war. But now you got the government that's not, they don't just want what you can give them up there. You got to give them everything. Again, they were willing to break all those relationships. They were willing to put away people that they love. They'd have been willing to drop them bodies in the profit. That's what I think. But here's the shitty part of it right here. They're like, nah, that ain't enough. We need everything. And that meant giving up everybody.
And when I'd hug him, he couldn't let me go. He'd ask me to comfort him, saying, Just remind me that I'm doing the right thing. I lived for those Fridays. But staying home with Olivia was getting easier. Maybe we were just getting used to our new lives. We started cleaning the house every day so we wouldn't be surrounded by mountains of dirty diapers. We weren't getting new vehicles every month like we had in Mexico, so we took our cars to the shop for oil changes and new tires. Even after everything they'd gone through, our husbands kept saying how worried they were about us driving in the snow. No one was running our errands anymore, so we did them ourselves. On the weekends, we watched happy family movies, and it may sound silly, but they helped us see life in a positive light. We shoveled snow together and took the garbage out twice a week. Once Olivia fell on her butt when she was hauling trash, and we both burst out laughing. As she lay there in the snow, I looked at her, smiled, and said, I can't believe this is what our lives have become. It was hard. Our lives were like night and day compared to what they'd been 6 months before, but we were making it. Little did I know, though, that I'd need that strength, because my life was about to become even more complicated.
This was the court talk, or them going to court, them being able to visit the boys for the first time, them seeing that they was definitely neglected, not allowed to shower for weeks and weeks at a time, which there got to be a law against that. There got to be something on the books for that. Cause like, but nobody cares, man. Humans care less about humans than anything else. So it is what it is.